Well, good morning and welcome to the June meeting of the Advisory Commission on Special Education. I'm pleased to have everyone here. I'm Vice Chair Victoria Graff. Chair David Toston will be here later today. He was called away, but will be here later today. So I want to welcome everyone to our June meeting. So first of all, Denise, would you please have the call to order, the roll call?
Yes. Chair Toston. Commissioner Graff.
Here.
Commissioner Estes. Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Michaud.
Here.
Commissioner Notch.
Here.
Commissioner Oyakawa. Commissioner Ruiz.
Here.
Commissioner Snipes. Commissioner Sorter.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Ding. Commissioner Tux-Jargo. That's roll call.
Do we have a quorum? If you could just
No.
let us know.
No, not at this point.
In case we have to take a vote on anything. All right, thank you so much. Would you all please rise for the salute to the American flag, the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. All right, we'll do a review of the agenda for today. We'll start off with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. They're going to be highlighting their newly released 2025 Special Education Guide. Then we'll have the Impact Award, and we're very excited about that. As you know, that has been a competition of sorts, if you will, in terms of highlighting the impact of the great work out in the field. So we'll be honoring Orange Unified School District, their pathways to possibility, inclusion, and action, advancing opportunities for students. And so they'll be here to present their program, and then we'll be celebrating that recognition. That will be followed by lunch. Followed by item 3, which will be general public comment. And then item 4 is the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which will provide an overview of California's multi-year, multi-billion-dollar initiative aimed at expanding, enhancing behavioral health services and support for children, youth, and families. That will be followed at 2 o'clock by the annual election of officers, followed by a break, and then we'll go into item 6, School Reintegration Program Connecting Hospitals with School Districts. That will be followed by item 7, Committee Study Sessions and the ACSE Agenda Building, then public comment and adjournment at the very end. All right, any questions about the agenda? Okay, very good. So I believe that we have a swearing in of a commissioner at this point. So if we could go ahead and proceed with that.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to welcome up Commissioner Sarah Notch. I'm Allison Yoshimoto-Tari, your liaison from the State Board of Education. And
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure, actually, but that will work. Okay, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Sarah Notch,
I, Sarah Notch,
do solemnly swear
swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
and that I will well and faithfully discharge
the duties upon which
the duties upon which
I'm about to enter.
I'm about to enter.
Thank you. Thank you for your service, and we have these nice printed copies for you.
Thank
and you.
you.
Can sign them. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Thank you.
And I think we'll have a picture later today of that as well, but congratulations to Commissioner Notch.
Congratulations.
Very good. All right, so are we ready with the first presentation by the California Alliance of Child and Family Services? Well, while we're waiting, are there any announcements? I know that this June is a busy month for graduations, and hence some of our commissioners are attending various graduations. I think it does create sort of an opportunity for us to reconsider our schedule moving forward for next year, that June is probably a very busy month, that we may want to look at adjusting our schedule accordingly. I know we have to have 5 meetings a year, but I think we can look at any possible conflicts and make it feasible for commissioners to attend as best they can. So, okay, so I think we're ready for the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm waiting for my colleague to join shortly, Adrienne. She was supposed to kick us off, but she should be here any second now. There she is. Hey, Adrienne, looks like we're ready to go, so you can kick us off.
Great. Hi, everyone. So nice to be here with all of you today. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Adrienne Shilton. I am the Vice President of Public Policy and Strategy with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. And I'm joined by my colleague, who I'll let introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. Good morning again. My name is Karina Dubon. I'm the Vice President of Outreach and Development, also at the California Alliance, and very excited to be here and chat with you all for a bit this morning.
Great. We'll go to the next slide. So before we talk more broadly about who the California Alliance is, we were invited today to talk about a couple of different things. A new resource that we have developed in partnership with some of our members, and also a sort of how the community-based organizations are engaging with the CYBHI fee schedule, how things are going from our perspective, and opportunities to further engage with all of you in collaborations with our education partners. But before we get to those items, just wanted to talk briefly about who the California Alliance is. So we are a statewide policy and advocacy organization. We represent 165 nationally accredited nonprofit community-based organizations in all 58 counties. So that's a map there on the slide. That's also on our website, and it shows the headquarters of our member organizations. But we are truly statewide, so we have a spread of these this work across the state. And the common thread that brings all of our member organizations together under the California Alliance umbrella is that they are serving and supporting children and youth and families in public systems. So this can look like behavioral health services, working with child welfare involved youth and their caregivers, serving juvenile justice involved youth, and a big footprint, which we'll talk more about today, in terms of our work in schools. School-based behavioral health work or linked to schools in some way to provide support to students and their families. So we'll go to the next slide. And just wanted to share that as part of our policy and advocacy work, we have committees that are made up of our member organizations that help guide our policy and advocacy strategy every year. So these are all of them. So again, because our members are often intersecting in multiple public systems, there's, our policy agenda, reflects that, whether that is, behavioral health services, education work, prevention. So, our members help guide that, and we are, constantly meeting with them and they're guiding us throughout the legislative and budget session. But we're going to focus today on education, which is why that particular committee is highlighted. Next slide. So now I'll turn this over to Karina to talk about one of our resources we wanted to highlight for all of you.
Yes, thanks, Adrienne. Yes, as you can see on the slide again, thank you again for having us today. But I'm excited to introduce this really important resource that we update at least on an annual basis. It's our Special Education Local Plan Area, or SELPA guide. And it's something that we develop at the California Alliance of Child and Family Services along with our members. This guide really serves as a roadmap to help schools and educators and service providers navigate the complexities of special education, particularly when working with Alliance member agencies. Like Adrienne said, they provide critical behavioral health and special education services. So this guide, whether you're an administrator, an educator, a policymaker, this guide is really designed to support you all in making informed decisions for students with specialized needs. Next slide, please. So what exactly is a SELPA guide and why does it matter? So the SELPA guide is, again, a resource. It's specifically developed by us to connect schools and districts with Alliance member organizations that provide high quality, non-public school education and school-based behavioral health services. And this guide helps users sort of understand where and how to access specialized educational services, learn about the Alliance's network of providers who serve students with complex needs. And then it also supports schools, educators, and families in navigating special education placements and services. Next slide, please. A key challenge in special education is ensuring that students receive both academic and mental health support, not just one or the other. So the SELPA guide is really a tool to help bridge the gap between education and mental health services. Some of the key components of the guide, it helps connect LEAs, local educational agencies, and school districts with Alliance members who provide those specialized education and behavioral health services. It ensures students with disabilities receive the right services at the right time through trusted providers. And it ensures that families and educators have knowledge about the options available through Alliance member organizations. Next slide, please. I think I might have gone a little too far, but I'll keep talking. So the SELPA guide, it specifically highlights Alliance member agencies, again, that provide critical services to students with special needs. And in the guide, you can find non-public schools. So these are specialized schools run by Alliance members, and it serves students who need individualized education plans that go beyond what public schools can provide. It also has school-based behavioral health providers. Many of the member agencies that we represent at the Alliance offer mental health and behavioral health services directly in schools. So it ensures that students are receiving the support where they learn. And then also, every organization listed in the guide is an Alliance member agency, meaning they're committed to the highest standards of care and advocacy for children and youth in California. Again, all of the member organizations meet national accreditation standards. So we represented a really great group of nonprofit member organizations, providers at the Alliance. Something else that you can find in the SELPA guide is detailed information, detailed profiles on each of the member organizations. You can find contact information, whether the organization operates residential treatment programs, non-public schools, charter schools, whether they provide school-based mental health services, the grade levels that they are approved to enroll, and then some of the school districts that they partner with. And then we can stay on that side, but the guide is available on the California Alliance website. It makes it really easy for schools, districts, and service providers to find and to reference. We're also happy to email it directly to any of you or to anyone upon request. Sort of next steps, please share this guide with your networks. It's available to anyone who might need it, especially educators and school administrators who place students in non-public schools and behavioral health programs. And feel free to reach out to us if you have any questions about any of the content, information in the SELPA guide. It's, again, a really trusted directory of Alliance member organizations, and they're committed to supporting students with disabilities through specialized education and behavioral health services. And by using the guide, we're ensuring that students receive the services that they need from high quality, mission-driven providers. But I'll stop there and I will hand it back to Adrian to continue talking about some of our other efforts. Thank you all.
Thanks, Karina. We can go to the next slide. So we wanted to talk next about community-based agencies and school partnerships. So what these look like, how CBOs are involved, and also what the future could be. So we'll go to the next slide. And we just recently conducted an analysis and are about to publish a brief about this with our members who are doing this work to learn more specifically about how CBOs are engaging in educational partnerships, understand better some of the barriers, and hear lessons learned from engaging in this space, and also learn, maybe most importantly, what is making the partnerships that exist so successful. And just for some context setting in terms of what is on this slide, here's the array of programming that our community-based organizations do now in partnership with LEAs. Sometimes these are through contracts with the county mental health plan, and sometimes these are contracts directly with the LEA. And so there's quite, as you see here, quite a depth and breadth of, what this work can look like, from like full service, clinical support on campus to wellness centers and partnerships to linkages. Many of our members have non-public schools, and some of our members are actually doing training with administrators. So like partnering, for example, on mental health first aid. And we at the Alliance, through our Catalyst Center, our nonprofit arm, we just launched last month a new training program that's similar to first aid in the sense that it's geared for adults who are working with youth but are not doing like clinical support. But this new project focuses specifically on substance use disorder. And we would love to partner with more LEAs on that. We've been talking with Department of Education about it. And this project is called Open Doors. But that's just another example of work that our CBO members are doing in partnership with schools. And on the next slide, there is so much value in this work and the partnerships, and we hear this all the time from our members. So when we interviewed our members as part of this policy brief that we're about to release, some CBOs expanded services even beyond sort of the clinical support to general education students, and engaged as a result of these partnerships and work that develops, engaged in further prevention programming. So lots of examples, we have in our, that we heard from our focus groups, but like one just to highlight is, or a couple to highlight is, one CBO has hosted events focused on destigmatizing mental health and improving awareness. They do work like through anti-bullying education and building social skills. They also do work kind of, again, more generalized to students, junior high and high school, that focus on anxiety, depression, and another CBO created a safe space on campus where youth can process emotions. So all of these, these are just, myriad of examples about what this work can look like, even beyond like I think what is often thought about in terms of the CBO role, which is like kind of full clinical support. But there's a much broader array of services and supports that is happening across the state right now, and very beneficial for youth. So on the next slide, I wanted to get into just briefly about the fee schedule, specifically the CYBHI fee schedule, and how things are going from our perspective. We've been really excited about this program. We've been engaging, and there are a number of challenges that we have been bringing forward as well. So most of the CBOs in our membership who are doing school-based work now are either just beginning a partnership through the fee schedule or are not partnering yet. So just to like start there, that there isn't a lot to point to at this point. And this program is really kind of just getting going. And so one key finding from our member analysis is that even the existing partnerships that are happening now with schools and CBOs, we're not necessarily ready to leverage this opportunity yet. And I don't know if that is something that resonates with this group, but that stood out to us as we were kind of digging in with our members about this program. And so on the next slide, wanted to just highlight like what some of the collaboration has looked like from our members in schools. And we, started to outline this here, but there's really a ton to point to. Again, just, getting specific, like one very specific example that we learned from one of our members is how helpful the schools can find the ability of CBOs to extend their reach. And in some cases act as intermediaries of sort between like the school and the family. So one very specific example of this that we learned from one of our members is that they described a situation where a school was dealing with an absentee student, and they were just unable to get that student to return to school. And this pressure that everyone was under, the schools, the student, the family, was just causing a ton of tension for everyone. And the parents of this particular student were also feeling just completely overwhelmed and had kind of stopped responding to the school altogether. So the CBO that was engaging with the youth, sort of understanding what was more of what was going on with mental behavioral health needs, with the school's knowledge, what intervened to sort of moderate. And the CBO was able to speak with the parents on behalf of the school. Again, this was all done in partnership, but really like it reopened the dialogue. So it was like this connection between the school, the CBO, and the family that eventually brought that student back to the classroom. So there's just, again, lots of collaboration and amazing work to be pointing to, and really, I think, demonstrates the value of these partnerships. So on the next slide, some other areas that we have talked to our members about is technical assistance, like, what are their TA needs? And something that's coming up over and over again, especially in areas where there might not be a partnership that exists, but a desire to engage on fee schedule conversations, is having accessible context and kind of knowing where to go to start with that relationship building. We've talked with DHCS about this as well, but I think on both ends, on the school side, on the CBO side, the community side, resources that really could help be a bridge, like accessible CYBHI related information, contacts for the providers or CBOs in the region, with the schools. And maybe even, this was something we could brainstorm more, but just providing more implementation resources for like what the possibility of these partnerships could be. And, going even further, highlighting best practices. And that's something that we are doing at the Alliance at every single one of our conferences. And we have one coming up in September. We're highlighting this. We're talking about the fee schedule. We're bringing in schools, CBOs, the state, we've brought in DHCS, and just to do more bridge building. So like we aren't having these conversations in silos and just sort of with ourselves or our own sector, if that makes sense. And then on the next slide, we really see these partnerships and this work as a key way to address our youth behavioral health crisis. And so from our perspective, identifying ways to strengthen and support this work is totally essential. Meeting the needs of our kids early, that's so important. So, and the fee schedule, unlike some of the other components of CYBHI, as you know, has the potential for more longer term impact just because of the funding. Because it is designed to have, a longer term funding source, sustainable funding source. And this is significant because we experience this, we know schools experience this, that they're providing support and services to students either enrolled in Medi-Cal or enrolled in a commercial health plan, you name it, but are not getting reimbursed and are struggling with those issues. So there's already some tension, right, that's happening, and we all experience that. So really kind of in closing, from our perspective, this does truly take a village. Our CBO members are, really standing ready to support this program, work with education, care for our kids and families. So really, just want to, encourage us all to keep working together and to support these partnerships, support what is working, and continue problem solving, because as we know from, budget hearings, we've heard a lot about the challenges from schools in particular. And so we need to problem solve on this. And we're really eager to do that with our education partners. So thank you so much for the opportunity for Karina and I to be here today. I'd love to hear comments, experiences, anything that resonates with you about what we've talked about today. Would love to open it up for dialogue.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. As you said, this is such a vital area for us to know about and to share with the public as well as with the commissioners. And I do have some questions, but I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. Any commissioners, if you have any questions, comments? Commissioner Knott?
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm familiar with your guide. As a parent who was searching for options for my child, it made a very daunting task a lot easier. So thank you for that resource. I have two questions about it. One, you mentioned that the programs that are included in the guide are Alliance members, and I'm drawing a through line to just assume that means there are other CDE certified programs that aren't Alliance members and aren't included. So I wanted to check my understanding of that. And then I also was wondering about expansion to CDE certified programs out of state for students who might need a higher level of care than what is offered in California.
Thank you so much for the question. So yes, for the SELPA guide, it's Alliance member organizations only. And yes, there are other providers that do provide non-public schools and other services that aren't reflected in the guide. But yes, as far as the guide itself, it's reflective of Alliance member organizations only. And I forgot your second question as I was answering the first.
Sorry, I was long-winded. I apologize.
No, not at all.
The second question is whether or not, or what the thoughts are on potentially including CDE certified out-of-state facilities for students who require a higher level of care.
Yeah, so it's not included right now, but it's something that we can definitely take back to our team to talk about whether it's something that we could include in future versions. Like I said, we update the guide at least once a year, and we're trying to make it, like you said, make it as easy as possible for someone to pick up the guide and not have to call dozens and dozens of organizations. And so, yes, that's something that I'll definitely take back to see if it's something we can do for our 2026 version that's set to be updated later this year.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation.
Of course.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Very informative. I had a question about the CYBHI. It is definitely quite the administrative task to work through it. I'm curious, in your experience, if you've learned of best practices for LEAs to make sure that they are taking full advantage of that program with their partners.
That's such a great question. And it's, as we were sort of talking about earlier, like, at least from our CBO vantage point, there's a lot of early engagement in terms of like what our involvement is in CYBHI. DHCS has just released the guidance on how to become a statewide affiliated provider. So this is a key avenue for CBOs to be working sort of across counties and with LEAs. So and one of our members is currently in that process to become that statewide affiliated provider. So it's early for us to say like where like to point to best practices, and that's like also what we heard when we were talking with our members in these focus groups, is that engagement is early. There's lots to point to in terms of like the work happening outside of the fee schedule, right? Like we have organizations that are partnering now with LEAs and doing work again through direct contracts or through a contract with the county and a partnership with the school. So there are like, some best practices to point to in that regard. But in terms of the fee schedule itself, like it's early from our perspective, and we are, sort of eager to be more meaningfully integrated, let's say, and would love to keep engaging with you all on this and what you're seeing too. Love to hear more specifics about anything, any barriers you all are seeing too, to be working across, right? To work with, our members or other community-based organizations across the state, because we would love at the Alliance to help be a bridge to that, to like, to have access to these organizations that are doing this work. So all that to say, it's early from our perspective to be able to like point to some very specific practices that, within the fee schedule context.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you naming that. Is there a plan for the Alliance to like have a place to collect those, or a sort of a one-stop shop as we are going through the process and having all these learnings that we can either contribute
Yes.
to or look at?
Yes, absolutely. And so this policy brief that we're about to release is going to be one place, but that's something that, we want to keep updating. We have our education policy committee that this is a standing item on all of our agendas. We are collecting that like as the Alliance, and then are interested, in also sharing that more broadly, like at conferences, participating in some of our educational partners conferences to be highlighting this. So we have like lots of ideas in terms of how we spread that, but would also love to hear your ideas too. Where are some forums where, outside of, again, of like sort of the Alliance and our network, where we may not be having that reach, but like where education is gathering, education partners are gathering. So would love to hear your ideas on that as well.
Commissioner Ruiz?
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. It was really informative. Just as the liaison for parent training and information centers and family empowerment centers, just want to keep that in mind and in the conversation when we're partnering across the state for everything. We can always be a help for that. So thank you.
I would love to engage with you. I would love to have a follow-up. Love to learn more about the organizations you represent.
Thank you. Would love that too.
Okay.
I think another couple of opportunities would be maybe the California School Board Association Conference, to make a presentation to California school boards, I think would be helpful, as well as university conferences. So I'm thinking of the California Council on Teacher Education, which meets in San Diego in the fall and up here in Sacramento in the spring, so that we get to the universities that are preparing our educators. This particular conference is for teachers, but there are also other organizations related to future administrators, psychologists, and so forth. But I'm curious, we hear so much in the news about mental health and about the increasing rates of anxiety, for all students. Are we collecting any data? I mean, it may not be your role necessarily, but do you know, have we seen an increase in the need for this kind of intervention and work? And I'm thinking specifically within general education, specifically, and also in terms of general education teachers knowing about this as well, so that we can intervene early before, particular challenges really escalate. So any thoughts about that?
Yeah, and I think this commission's call to more robust data collection in that regard would be amazing and helpful. There are data sources that like are, sort of we go to, but what we are seeing, and this is also reflected in like national reports too, but suicide rates are increasing, particularly among adolescents. It's the second leading cause of death. Anxiety, depression are skyrocketing as well. Like we see this in data sources, and also our Department of Healthcare Services has information about this and is tracking on the specialty side. So we are seeing the trend, unfortunately, moving in the wrong direction. We look at, the reason we launched and are really excited about our Open Doors of Substance Use Disorder Training Project is because of the substance use crisis among our young people too, and what we were seeing there. So would love to provide some more information, maybe in a follow-up email about what that program is, because it's designed for educators. It's designed, where educators are struggling with these issues in the classroom, and this is a training program designed to equip adults with tools and resources to understand it, know what it looks like, and know support resources and how to do that referral. So all of these issues are among our young people are exacerbating. We truly do have a crisis, and I think it would be great for the commission to be sort of calling on our other state partners that are gathering this data, like I'm thinking Department of Healthcare Services specifically, to be reporting to you or to be bringing information to you, because I think we could do more. Let's just put it that way. I think we could do more on as a state to be collectively, analyzing and providing more information out to the field.
Thank you so much. And another point that comes to mind is in terms of the shortage or possible shortage of personnel to be able to do this work, and to let our legislators know that there is a need.
Yes.
I know that there are various initiatives related to preparing counselors, and so for residency programs for counselors and that sort of thing, but there could be broader programs as well to increase the number of well-trained personnel. So that might be another avenue to be pursued as well.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you. I think that's it from, excuse me, Commissioner Liu.
Yes, very quickly, this is bouncing up and down. I greatly agree with Commissioner Graff's idea of you presenting at the California School Board Association. I am a school board member myself, and I go to the annual education conference held in beginning of December every year. And I know that fellow school board members and I would, and other superintendents and all the attendees of that conference would love to hear more about your services that you guys exist, and that there are all these available services out there. So my comment is that I would highly recommend you looking into them.
We are absolutely going to do that. My first to do is going to be to look up the conference, and when their call for proposals opens, maybe it's already open, but yes, we'll absolutely look into that. And I think it would be great for us to come and also, if again we're accepted, to have some of our members, our CBOs with partners, talk about this work and what it's looking like, where support might be needed. I love that idea. So we'll absolutely look into that.
Yeah, that's great. I do believe that it has either opened or recently or about to open. I also want to add that there are over 1,000 attendees in these conferences every year.
Wow.
It's one of the biggest ones ever. And they are always
wow.
presentations.
That's an incredible opportunity. Thank you so much for that.
Commissioner Scott?
Yes, so I agree with the other commissioners about making more people be aware of your program. As I sat here listening to you, I work as a school nurse in Newport Mesa School District, and I can tell you we could really do with your help. I'm thinking of things like attendance, which is a big problem, but we don't have the staff to really follow up, and to have a mediator would be really awesome. I mean, the attendance problem starts from elementary schools. and it continues until middle high school. And as you said, mental health is a major problem for our youth right now, and we need the help and support. But we need to know more about your program so people can get your assistance. So, but I do think you have a great program.
Thank you so much.
And I would add, even for some of these conferences, even if you don't get a proposal submitted, is to have a table or a booth or something so that you have literature, available and maybe just a couple of staff members to be able to answer any questions, but just to have your presence out there. And there's, the whole list of different conferences where I'm sure you could get in and just even to share your materials. So we're happy to help in any way if that's good for you. So let me open it up to the room. If there are any members of the public who would like to make a comment or question. Okay, I don't see anyone. Could we put up the slide for public comment? Thank you very much. And we'll give a moment there for that.
There are no callers at this time.
Thank you very much. So again, thank you again for your presentation. As you can see from the comments from the commissioners, this is very well received. It's very timely, very needed, and we'll also do our part to get the information out. So again,
Pathways
thank
to
you.
Possibility arose out of the strategic plan within Orange Unified.
I think we've jumped ahead maybe to our next item. But again, thank you so much to the Alliance. We really appreciate it. All right.
Thanks for having us again.
Okay, very good. I see some people in the back of the room. I mean, we could go ahead or we can take just a short break, stretch break, just to get started and settled. How about we do that? We'll just take a short stretch break and we'll resume then at 11 o'clock. Thank you. All right, welcome back. And we're ready for item number 2, which is the Impact Award. And I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Michaud, who's going to introduce the item and introduce our guests.
Morning, everybody. We are so excited for today to get into our inaugural ACSE Impact Award presentation. And so just to put a little bit of framing on it before we get into the good stuff, this was the first year that we had made changes to the ACSE Impact Award, which used to be the Goal Award. And this year we received a record number of applications for this inaugural award. In addition to that large number, we had a huge variety of applications from all across the state, from preschool up to post-secondary transition programs, district charters, SELPAs, county offices. And we brought in 2 wonderful partners who have been working with us across the year to make this award happen, the SELPA Administrators of California and the Special Education Administrators of county offices. And after all of that hard work, we are so excited to welcome the winners of the inaugural ACSE Impact Award, the Orange Unified School District, for their Pathways to Possibility, Inclusion in Action, Advancing Opportunities for Students program. And so we are so excited to have them in the building with us today. They will be giving a presentation to share more about the great work they're doing. But before that, we are going to watch a short video highlighting this wonderful program.
Goes out of the strategic plan within Orange Unified SELPA, which was adopted in 2018, with a commitment to embrace inclusive practices throughout the SELPA and the district. The intent behind the plan was break down the barriers to make sure opportunities were made available for all students, all learners throughout the district.
The Pathway to Possibilities program, I think it really is all about meeting the needs of the student, taking a holistic look at that child and what the strengths are and what the needs are, both academically, socially, the way that they communicate, their self-advocacy, the skills that they have, the skills that they need to achieve what they want for their future.
We work very closely with our data reviews, with our district teams, with our school site teams, and it's transparent and frequently discussed so that we can make changes that are meaningful. One of the components is the monthly special education report, and principals and site teams get data reports monthly related to those important indicators that we're monitoring. And we've designed a system of analysis. It's called the Student Achievement Action Plan, and it's allowed us to look at each student all the way down to an individual level. So what are those students' accommodations? What are their learning barriers? And what are the things that we need to do to create accessible components for them to achieve at their highest level?
The district has done such a great job of supporting teachers, ranging from reading and strategy trainings all the way through one-on-one coaching. We offer behavior support assistance in the classroom as well as instructional aids.
Co-teaching and our WELL initiatives are really both super impactful. So the WELL initiative just dramatically improved our literacy rates for all of our students, starting with our earliest learners all the way up through high school. And then likewise, co-teaching afforded extensive opportunities for students to take general education courses with the necessary supports embedded to help them be successful. And in so doing, we had a higher rate of students that were graduating A to G compliant.
I saw students that went from completely shut down to engaged to empowered. Students who were embarrassed because they couldn't read to now more engaged in the curriculum and in classroom and feeling like they belonged and they are a learner and a scholar.
The Pathways to Possibility program really encompasses all stakeholders who are involved in that child's education and their future. It happens in a variety of ways. One way is supporting parents through our parent training workshops and also allowing them to give us input and feedback about what they need to help them be successful and navigate their child's education.
Our experience with the Pathways to Possibilities program has been extremely positive. We didn't know a lot of the resources that were available, and it's helped Ella not only stay in school, but really thrive as a student. The Pathways to Possibilities program is really great for guiding me through all these accommodations. Set me up with an iPad that has lots of text-to-speech apps, which is very helpful. Lots of audiobooks that really help for my English classes.
It's really special that we're here today to celebrate Ella and all that she has overcome and all that she has accomplished. She went to school here, and now she's back today to read a book to students that she's published that features the obstacles that she's overcome. And I think it's pretty amazing and empowering to students to see that.
This is called Braille, so people who can't see and they're blind, they can still read this book by feeling all the dots. My book is centered on empowering people with medical conditions or physical disabilities. You guys have been a great audience. Thank you so much. Every step there's been more growth, not just academically, but her goals and her dreams have grown more with the benefit of a lot of these services.
I'm so passionate about this job because you get to see these kids as individuals and you get to see the growth. And I honestly don't know that there's a better profession, at least not for me.
Pathways to Possibility is a testament to the fact that with systemic change and embracing inclusive practices, anything is possible through intentionality and courageous leadership.
And with that, it is my honor to invite the Orange Unified School District team up to the podium.
Thank you again for seeing the promise in our journey. We share this honor with all those who walked it with us. Our mission has always been centered in belonging and inclusion. And us being here today honors the Orange Unified team back at the ranch. And our team members who are joining me here today, Dr. Granite and Ms. Poland, that shows up every day to work with heart, with a relentless belief in the potential of every learner. And I know for all of us, inclusion is a continuum, right? It can mean different things for different people, but I think what's common along that continuum is that sense of belonging, and that's our purpose. We want to respect the time slot that has been allocated for us for this item today. And so we'll go through the slides. We have a slide deck presentation. We'll give you a brief, just a very small glimpse into the heart of our work and share a few key moments from our journey. So to fully appreciate the development of our Pathways to Possibility initiative, it's important to revisit the critical situation that our department was facing in 2018. Circumstances that made the systemic change not only necessary for us, but urgent. We were in the midst of state compliance monitoring review, requiring us to take immediate action. Simultaneously, we were at a high risk of being identified as a significantly disproportionate district because we were over-identifying in a certain ethnic subgroup in special ed. We were also contending at that time with not meeting our annual determination indicators, which are so important. And additionally, we were facing a large legal crisis, largely driven by the absence of dispute prevention and resolution. So these combined pressures, as you can appreciate, highlighted the urgent need for us to build a coherent, long-term, systems-based strategy to improve student outcomes. And in response, we launched our comprehensive special education, what we called at that moment, through a deep dive, a deep self-study that we did, a strategic plan, and Pathways to Possibility was the driver. That allowed us to implement sustainable, student-centered change within our SELPA. Our work through Pathways with Possibilities, is powerful with the foundational tenets of inclusion. Inclusion, we believe, as I'm sure you believe, is not a program. It is a promise. And it was from this deep belief that our E3 vision was formed, our actionable commitment. It became an action-oriented approach to enhancing instruction, elevating student performance, and exceeding expectations for our students. So belonging, rightful presence, and a relentless commitment to E3, these have become the driving forces within our SELPA. They shape every policy, every practice, and every partnership that we develop. Now, displayed on the screen are the initiatives born from our deep self-assessment that I referred to earlier, an urgent call to improve outcomes for our students. Our team will walk you through the key components under the pathways to possibility that have led to meaningful outcomes for our students.
We're proud to spotlight our commitment to building literacy skills for students, recognizing literacy as the foundation of all learning. An essential pillar of our intervention strategy is the WELL Initiative, or the We Embrace Literacy. It represents a comprehensive, evidence-based approach tailored to meet each student's unique learning profile. Teachers and staff receive focused training and tools and coaching to implement structured, systematic, multisensory reading interventions. Core interventions include the Sunday System, Heggerty Phonemic Awareness, and Read Live, addressing all the key components of the science of reading. To date, educational specialists and instructional assistants have collectively completed 484 hours of targeted reading instruction training. To further support literacy success, specialized curricula grounded in evidence-based methodologies are available, empowering educators to tailor interventions to meet each student's unique needs, resulting in moving the needle in meeting individualized literacy goals and access to foundational literacy skills. The Exemplary Educator Initiative was created to build capacity and excellence within our special educators, whereby our focus is on inclusive practices and student achievement is enhanced. Our approach is multifaceted. It provides several layers of support to all educators, both veterans and novice. It begins with robust university partnerships to attract high-quality professionals, and it adds on multiple layers of instructional coaching and support. Last year alone, we provided professional development training for all of our special educators on over 180 different topics. Above and beyond our professional development series, our Exemplary Educator Initiative also includes ongoing individualized coaching from our team of instructional specialists who have responded to over 900 personalized individual support requests from educators across the district, further enhancing our commitment to effective instruction. The final layer of our Exemplary Educator Initiative is our IEP Compliance Support Desk. In fact, it's the only one in the county. Our IEP Compliance Support Desk provides real-time screening, coaching, support to all of our special educators. This past year, the Compliance Desk provided 4,866 supportive coaching contacts to our educators. As an extension of our Exemplary Educator Initiative, we strengthen the effectiveness of our instructional assistants through a comprehensive onboarding process and ongoing professional development series. No new instructional assistants are deployed to school sites without first receiving foundational training to ensure that they're confident and ready from day one. A monthly training series reinforces best practices, introduces new instructional strategies, and fosters continuous growth and collaboration. Together, these efforts build a consistent, high-quality support system for our students and our educators.
The Behavior Builders Model Initiative is a proactive, responsive system that delivers timely support to students, teachers, and administrators. Serving both general and special education, this initiative provides immediate intervention and ongoing training through behavior support assistants, BSAs, who have been provided registered behavior technician training and crisis prevention intervention training. Operating within inclusive settings, BSAs deliver targeted support where it's most impactful. This model addresses learning and behavioral challenges directly, promoting academic and social success for all students. Now a key component of our student support ecosystem, the initiative also builds staff capacity by working on an I do, we do, you do coaching model through a systems-based approach. Our young learners are making notable progress in their ability to use appropriate behaviors, improve positive social emotional skills, and acquire foundational knowledge. Our growth in these key areas is reflected on the next slide. Our desired results developmental profile metrics show notable gains in the areas of appropriate behavior and the acquisition of knowledge and skills. These key developmental areas support our early learners in building a strong foundation for interpersonal growth, critical thinking, and school readiness. A vital element of our strategy is involving parents as active partners in their child's education early on. In alignment with this commitment, we offer 2 early intervention speech and language programs. Depending on the family's needs, the child's needs, the families may participate in one or both of the programs. Our speech and language parent program, based on the internationally recognized Hanen program, is designed for parents of young children. This program's mission is to equip the key figures in a child's life with the necessary knowledge and skills to foster the child's language, social, and literacy development. Additionally, our speech improvement program supports elementary students across all district schools. In response to growing needs, we've expanded its scope, reflecting our commitment to support early learners and families from the very beginning of their educational journey with us.
Co-Teach Connect is a cornerstone of our Pathways to Possibility and has made us a full inclusion district. In elementary schools, co-teaching is integrated into daily instruction, providing students with multiple adults who know them, support them, and celebrate their strengths. In secondary schools, co-teaching is embedded in all core subjects. Each year, we continue to build creative, inclusive courses and strengthen systems to help students become A through G completers and fully engaged members of their school community. Co-Teach Connect reflects our belief in rightful presence. It is one of our most effective ways that we honor that right every day. Our graduation rate for students with exceptional needs was the highest in all of Orange County for the 22-23 school year and the second highest for the 23-24 school year. It's not just a number, it's a reflection of the systems we've built and the belief that every student deserves support in the right setting. A high school diploma is more than a piece of paper, it's a possibility. Our peer-to-peer initiative fosters inclusive education by pairing students with diverse needs with general education peers, promoting meaningful engagement and belonging for all. A standout of our P2P is the WIN program, Whatever I Need. It's a daily school-wide intervention that groups students by performance ability to close learning gaps. Additionally, our students are united through numerous inclusive events like our Olympiad Games, and ASB, cheer, athletics, and our music activities. The peer-to-peer initiative fosters lasting social academic growth, extending its impact well beyond the classroom. We want to share just a quick video as well that we've embedded in our presentation. We just recently celebrated our second annual Olympiad Games, and so we'd like to share just a Thank you. It was a great event. Our next slide here is, in collaboration with our bargaining unit members, we created the E² initiative, clear exit and entrance criteria for specialized programs, to ensure that every decision about placing a student in a more restrictive setting is thoughtful, supportive, and centered on the student's individual needs. This step-by-step process ensures teams review in-class supports thoroughly before considering a more restrictive setting, upholding every student's right to learn alongside their peers. Our least restrictive environment rate, known as LRE, has soared within our Co-Teach Connect initiative. In the past 8 years, our LRE rates have shown impressive 77% growth, with almost 65% of students spending 80% or more time in general education settings.
Thank you, Andrew. So before we proceed any further, I would like to extend a year ahead an invitation to all of you to attend our Olympiad Games. We would be honored to have you. It's an event that celebrates the spirit of our program and the spirit of inclusion. So mark your calendars. So we'll go to the next slide. Within district programming, our initiatives have collectively decreased the need for students to be in segregated programming. We now boast a 57% decrease in students receiving limited general education instruction, measured at spending less than 40% of the day in general education settings. Likewise, Pathways to Possibility has been instrumental in driving down separate school placements, empowering students with the tools to be successful alongside their typical peers. We've seen a 74% reduction in students attending segregated schools without typical peers. While necessary in some cases, and now it's allowable under IDEA, non-public school placements require close oversight to ensure positive student outcomes. In 2018, we had 49 students in NPS placements, and through strengthened in-district programs and supports, we have reduced the number of students being served in NPS to 21, resulting in better student outcomes within their local communities. Our work has brought favorable outcomes to our CDE monitored annual determination indicators. Relative to neighboring Orange County districts, OUSD met the most indicators on our annual determination report. Orange Works within the Pathways to Possibility program supports students with diverse needs in securing meaningful employment through career assessment, guidance, job training, and internships, powered through the Workability Grant and our partnership with the Department of Rehabilitation. Now, as a side note, we applied for the additional funding that was made available through Workability, and we were so fortunate to receive that. So thank you to whoever power was that reviewed our application. The initiatives include college and career fairs, Chamber of Commerce interviews, connecting students and families with local employers, colleges, and employment resources. We are truly opening the doors of independence, purpose, and once again, possibilities. In 23-24, our Orange Works initiative offered paid work experience to over 100 students, totaling 4,000 hours of on-the-job training. In addition to hands-on experience, students receive vocational assessments, career guidance, and classroom-based work readiness instruction. These efforts ensure that our students are not only prepared for employment, but also empowered to pursue college and career pathways with confidence. That's the key, building that confidence. Our data-centric paradigm drives the Pathways to Possibility plan. Using continuous cycles of planning, this approach allows us to monitor impact and make informed adjustments across district, school, classrooms, and individual student levels. So it's broken down by each level. A key innovation is our district-wide special education report, reviewed monthly by our local administrators and coaches to monitor student performance and the fidelity of inclusive practices. This report aligns with the California dashboard and annual determination indicators, serving as a central hub for state and federal monitoring, helping us sustain effective practices and to celebrate the progress of our students.
Our data professionals developed a proprietary internal tool to monitor special education eligibility practices by replicating the complex disproportionality formula and integrating it with monthly enrollment data. The tool accurately studies patterns in special education eligibility and discipline for students. It has been key in refining evaluation and assessment practices, particularly for our multilingual students. Our expert data team continues to innovate by developing user-friendly data tools. This slide highlights how their commitment to accessible data analytics has transformed complex metrics such as least restrictive environment thresholds and California dashboard performance into clear, color-coded, consumer-friendly tile reports. These visual tools have been crucial in helping district staff, even those less familiar with complex outcome calculations, engage more effectively in expanding equitable practices for students with diverse needs. Robust data systems need to equip site principals with key metrics to drive informed decision-making. To support this, we developed monthly principal reports, providing each principal with key special education data, including enrollment trends, predictive student learning outcomes, least restrictive environment performance, and eligibility rates. Our special education coordinators meet monthly, if not more, with principals to undertake a deep dive into the information and collaboratively plan actionable steps for improved student outcomes. Our data-centric paradigm drills down to the individual student level through the development of student achievement action plans. Prioritizing academic success, we use these plans to intentionally drive student achievement data by building on our established collaborative data analysis systems. The process starts by reviewing past student performance results to identify strengths and trends at both the school and student levels, leading to the creation of individualized SAT plans aimed at helping every student make learning gains. This analysis provides critical insight into the needs by grade levels and students so that school teams are able to provide students with meaningful and targeted interventions. Moving forward, this information also provided our teams the knowledge base to develop individualized learning achievement plans for each student with a personalized approach, which supported their daily learning and also for testing settings.
The E3 Facilitator Initiative was established to enhance and accelerate the department's efforts in advancing student outcomes through SAT plans. Serving as an instructional leader across both elementary and secondary campuses, E3 facilitators played a pivotal role in driving data-informed instruction. These teacher leaders are instrumental in guiding their school teams through the strategic review and analysis of interim assessment data, fostering reflective dialogues and supporting the development of targeted, formative instructional planning that directly supports student achievement. E3 uses interim assessments and reflective data analysis with school teams to better monitor and support student achievement early on. Teachers have found that E3 has been an empowering experience. It clearly connects daily instruction to state performance outcomes, helping them better utilize their core curriculum and deliver targeted interventions. The culmination of our SAT plans and interventions throughout the year results in the development of meaningful site student learning plans to support each student in performing at their very best. Our collective work within the SAT plans has led to an impressive performance growth on our California dashboard and student achievement for students with exceptional needs, and we look forward to future score reports coming out soon. Amid historic staffing challenges statewide, our district mobilized its data-centric paradigm to create Special Education Personnel Dashboard, which provides real-time insights into staffing needs across our schools and classrooms, allowing us to triage needs, deploy internal resources across school sites to ensure students and classrooms are supported. By embedding data-driven decision-making into every aspect of our work, we have fostered a culture of focus and shared accountability. As a department, we recognize and honor that our students' greatest teachers and advocates are their parents. Guided by the feedback from our families in the CAC, we offer yearly menu of parent workshops and spaces to learn, connect, and grow together. Our Community Schools initiative provides families of students with diverse needs to access inclusive workshops, counseling, and wraparound wellness services. Our efforts reflect that the whole child's success occurs through meaningful family partnerships and our approach as a community-based district.
Our Pathways to Possibility initiatives collectively have produced significant positive outcomes for our students across the metrics of monitored data points. So we'll go through a quick review of just some of the outcome data for you. Our plan has clearly demonstrated the powerful impact of inclusive, equitable learning environments on student achievement. During the 23-24 school year, students with diverse needs in Orange Unified outpaced the average growth of their peers in relation to the county average growth across both English language arts and mathematics. We are motivated by our graduation rate exceeding the statewide average for students with exceptional needs, a direct result of the hard work of our students and strategic initiatives implemented through our Pathways program. In the 23-24 school year, OUSD outpaced the state growth for graduation and was topping county metrics for 2 years in a row. Within our Orange Works initiative, we intentionally focused on ways to increase opportunities for our students through college and career readiness. Our CCI growth of 56% since our Pathways implementation illustrates our growth in achieving this initiative's goals. As an important state-monitored indicator, we have seen a 59% growth in students pursuing higher education. The number of students pursuing higher education or competitive employment has also soared to over 90% collectively, measuring a 37% growth, which is, once again, an attestation to our initiatives and action. So today, we have shared our insights and inspirations with you within the cultural context of our own local district and our district community at large. These are certainly replicable within the broader collective movement across the state of California to build a more inclusive and equitable system statewide for our students. This concludes our formal presentation. And once again, I do want to emphasize what an honor it is to be here today amongst you, representing not only Orange Unified SELPA, but I do believe it's the work of SELPAs across the state of California. And you, commissioners, your work, the deep work that you do to bring inclusion as a promise to every child in the state of California. It's a promise that we continue to strive for, so thank you.
Well, my goodness, I'm a bit speechless, actually. But thank you so much, and Commissioner Michaud, for leading the process for your selection. Just very briefly, before I open it up to comments and questions from the commissioners, what are your demographics? What's the size of your district and sort of the breakdown, by student group and so forth? If you could just share that briefly.
Sure, we're about 26,000, and we do get concentration funding. So it's a very diverse mixed district. We have schools that are high SES and schools that are Title I schools. So it's a very diverse population.
Okay, very good. So any questions, comments from commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Lopez.
Hi, thank you so much for coming. I'm the pro-SELPA commissioner, so that's great. But I want to say, first of all, you had me at belonging and building confidence. I had to write some notes because I was just so moved. But it's scary to look in the mirror and see that so much improvement is needed. And you did that. And you faced that fear with enthusiasm. And when you could have avoided it. All the work that you've done is nothing short of moving. And I just want to thank you for what you've done for education, period, in the state, and then really what you've done for students and families. So thank you so much.
Commissioner Sorter?
Wonderful work. Obviously, there's so many positive things to comment on. So I'll just select one, and that will be the classified staff, the onboarding and supporting, because working with the students right from the get-go, the training and the support and sustainability of staff and consistency for staff is so important. So I will just acknowledge that particular spot. Thank you.
Wow, there is so much that my heart wants to say, and I just can't get the words out. Phenomenal, phenomenal. And you said it yourself at the end, that one of our intentions with the Impact Award is to find programs that are doing amazing things that are replicable. And with every slide and every little, time code on the videos that you showed, I just kept thinking about all of the possibilities for other programs. To go from where you were in 2018 to this, I mean, that's a relatively short amount of time. And I'm sure it was a labor of love, emphasis on both labor and love, because it must have been a huge and heavy lift. And what an incredible move to take something from inspiration to action. So beyond words, I'm wondering if you have any advice for programs who will see this and think about how it mirrors maybe some of the issues that you were facing, in their districts currently. What advice would you have for them on embarking on this kind of improvement journey?
Sure. I think and thank you for your kind words. It is heartwarming first to be here, and then to get this affirmation from this body is nothing short of living the dream for an educator, especially a special educator. So thank you. And I say it with the utmost of humility that it means a lot. Your comments are giving us the inspiration to continue the charge. So to your point, to your question about how to start, we have districts at different levels on that continuum. So for us, it was studying. When I mentioned courageous leadership, that was important because you have to have the courage, first of all, to acknowledge where we are. Because if we don't, then we don't know where to go. We have to study the data points, know what the low-hanging fruit is that we can attack right away, and build a team with intentionality. You have to have a conjoined vision. My team makes fun of me all the time. They talk about suisms. But the reality is we are conjoined in one vision. We have to have the drive to bring our folks along with the vision, with the charge that every student matters. It's a non-negotiable. And if you agree with that vision, you're in. If you're not, then there are other options. But we have to have the data because you know where you're starting, you have to know that, and then you have to have the long-term goals and incremental successes built in because that's motivating. And we've been fortunate that we didn't give up. We did not give up, and nor do we plan to give up, and hope to be here one day again in the future. It continues to drive us, and the passion, it's personal, and we have to continue to move the charge. It's building in those check-in points along the journey has helped us, and that data-centered decision-making makes it objective, and it's not, let's keep the emotion out of, oh, this school's not doing well, this school's doing better. It's one team, we're going to move forward. So drive with passion.
Commissioner Michaud?
I think wow is probably a good a good place to leave it. But I mean, we knew that you were well deserving of this award when we chose you in February. But my goodness, seeing the work in the presentation today and seeing the impact of the work is just, it's so inspiring. And just want to thank you for being here, for all the work that you're doing. And I have a lot of things to say as well, but I'll choose one. The way that you reacted to the state monitoring, the performance data, like that can be seen, that is seen so frequently as just like compliance stuff to do. And you just had an exemplary response to that. And your data shows that it is working. And I'm looking forward to taking some of this back to my own charter network. I'm looking forward to be able to shout all this great work from the rooftop so that other schools in districts in California can follow your lead. So thank you.
Commissioner Scott?
So my son is a graduate of Orange Unified School District. He is autistic, and his high school years were the most challenging. He was offered the opportunity to be in inclusion as much as possible, but being autistic, sometimes that was challenging. But he loves swimming, and he did get the opportunity to be on the swim team, which was really awesome. His most successful was the transition program. He really, progressed and really did a great job in the transition program. He loved going out to work. So I'm really glad to hear that that's even improving even more. So I want to thank you for all you did for him.
Well, that's a wow as well. So just while we have you, and I know we'll have the opportunity to have more conversation over lunch, so I look forward to that. But community schools has been an area of major investment for the state of California. And you mentioned community schools. Could you just talk a little bit about how community schools can also move inclusion forward? Because I think, again, you may have, be a model that you can share with other community schools, across the state. So if you could talk a little bit about that. And then I also had a question about the slide where you're talking about your bargaining unit and was it the IEP and the determination of
SQUARE program?
Yes. If you could just talk a little bit more about the community schools and that part of it, that'd be great. Thank you.
So I think a big spotlight for us is the way that we've included parents in a lot of the dialogue and development of strengthening what's offered in our community schools programs. And we have a forum, not just with CAC, but through the community schools at the sites to have these weekly meetings to discuss together what the needs are and how that can be supported within their community, and then to be given those resources in real time right there at their neighboring schools. And that has been very powerful for our families and has been received very well. And this is happening with our, our programming that has a whole, continuum on that campus. And it's definitely something that is, continuing to expand, and parents are feeling like they have, allies with general education parents, and also with parents who have students with exceptional needs in that same program that they share. Inclusive, yeah. Yeah, the club is called an Inclusivity Club, and they come together and they kind of have an opportunity to talk about things that are going well on that campus and just what some of their needs are, and the site administration is a part of that dialogue. So if there are changes that need to be made or ways that the students can be further involved into all of the great happenings on a campus, they're there together to really work and identify any solutions and expand opportunities together.
So regarding our E-Squared program, right, in working with our bargaining unit, our certificated bargaining unit in particular, there were just concerns about how decisions about placement were being had at large. And our teachers who teach self-contained programs do wonderful work, but sometimes they feel like, this kid really doesn't need my program. And we wanted to set up a system to ensure that every decision was the right decision for that student. And that we've exhausted a wide variety of supports that are available to students at all programs, right? Prior to making those commitments. So we worked with our local bargaining unit and putting together a work group of providers from the different regional programs, our school psychologists, educators, administrators, and we met and we just came out like, what should the process look like? And it continues to be an ongoing dialogue about like, well, when's the juncture of when a family should, take a tour of a program that's being considered, or when should the receiving team be interjected into that IEP team? And those kinds of nuances are continuing to be had, but it's supported all educators, I think, in feeling confident in their decision making, and it bears out the results that, oh no, the student can be supported in a less restrictive environment and doesn't need to make that jump to a regionalized program. And we're seeing that in the data as well.
Very good, thank you. I think Commissioner Oyakawa has a comment or question, and then Commissioner Liu.
So I'll just add to that E-square, to your question. Sometimes as educators, as special educators, we want to take care of our own, right? We feel like, oh no, the kid belongs in a self-contained programming, right? And so it is also building that confidence in our educators. Let them fly, let them fly. We'll support, let every kid fly. So, sorry.
Commissioner Oyakawa?
Thank you so much. And that was a great comment that you ended with. I would say that that last comment actually goes to parents too. So as a parent, sometimes we are hesitant to let them move forward without the supports or the environment that we feel safest for the kids. So and that was an interesting point that I hadn't thought of as far as like the teachers, the special ed teachers thinking the same way. So thank you for pointing that out. And I was on what was the Goal Award Committee before it became Impact. And I've seen a lot of applications and read about a lot of great programs, and you guys really stood out. And as Commissioner Michaud mentioned, on paper, it was impressive, but just seeing it all really kind of, that's the wow everyone is saying, and it's true. It just is amazing to see not just what you built, but where you came from. And so it's very inspiring to see that these things are possible. And I hope that the momentum that you brought to us today gets carried out, and we hope we can amplify and kind of spread the types of work that you're doing, because it's been amazing to see. So just want to thank you very much and congratulations.
Commissioner Liu?
Yes, I just want to say also, wow, to the nth degree. This is amazing. It is truly so impressive what you guys have done. Great presentation, incredible program, and also your program, it's so comprehensive. You take advantage, you include everything in there. It's almost like there's a lot of sub-programs within this big program that is so successful for so many of your students. It goes back to the line of it takes a village, and you guys really follow that motto of takes a village to raise a child. It seems to me that every aspect of your school district are all supportive and have part in this program. And I know some of your school board members, your district, and I know that they're also very proud of this project, this program that you guys have. So thank you, and I'm very glad that it could be replicated. I hope that you guys will be open to other school districts, perhaps copying or modifying such a program for themselves too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, definitely take the show on the road, Get it out there, for other districts to learn from and to see what's possible. To see it in action makes such a difference, to know that it's possible. So is there a presentation now?
Yes.
Actually, real quick, if you don't mind, may I? From our earlier presentation, you suggested for them to make a presentation at the California School Board Association's annual conference. This is also another fantastic one to present that can bring the show to road, as you say. And so I would like you to look into it, perhaps if we'll fit your schedule for this year or next year, preferably this year, so more people can see and be so impressed by what you've done, because we obviously have this great need in our state. And to stand corrected, actually, I mentioned in our previous agenda item that there are over 1,000 attendees at this annual education conference, AEC. It's actually 1,000 school districts in the entire state of California. So it's several thousand school board members and superintendents and various academic officers and all that special education directors that go into this. And so especially I implore you to look into this opportunity.
Absolutely,
we will. Thank you. Sorry about that.
So at this time, we would like to invite you up to the dais, and then I would like to invite commissioners so that we can do a photo op. We have one last thing to give you for today. And then this award was not just the commission. We had some wonderful partners. And so if we do have any representatives of our partners in the audience today, SELPA administrators of California or special education administrators of county offices, we would invite you to also come and join us for this photo op.
So before we adjourn for lunch, I just wanted to see if there's any other additional comments from the public in the room, and I see we do have one.
Is this one still on? It is. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Scott Turner, Chair of SELPA Administrators of California. On behalf of our association, we too want to congratulate Orange Unified School District. We appreciate the commissioners continuing the Goal Award with the inaugural Impact Award, really showcasing the work across California with that idea to replicate the work. So we look forward to carrying that on. We'll work with the commission on potentially hosting the video so that that could be shared out broadly for those practitioners in the field. We also want to thank our partners, the special education administrators of county offices and the California County Superintendents. It's just been wonderful to partner with them, and we look forward to future years. Thank you for letting us partner.
Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Debbie Schneider-Solis. I'm here representing as a liaison from CTA.
And good afternoon. My name is Marcela Chagoya, and I am the California Federation of Teachers Special Education Services Committee Chair.
So we just wanted to thank Orange for that presentation. That was very, very impressive, and we would love to work with them to spread that news across the state. As we know, that is a one and only district that is really showcasing inclusion like that. and we'd really like to see it spread high and wide. So we'd really like to share this information with all. Thank you so much. As special educators ourselves still in the classroom, inclusion is the goal for all of our students, but we also know that inclusion is not a one-size-fits model. And we were equally wowed to the degree. We were so wowed back there, whispering to each other. And when we see all the elements in place that help our children succeed, that type of inclusion model is the dream. And we want to bring it to all our students in California that are so deserving. Thank you. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. Do we have any comments from the public online?
Caller ending in 9507, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. This is Javon Jacobs, and I'm calling from Los Angeles County Office of Education, and here to support the continued partnership between SECO and the SELPAs with the Impact Award. And finally, congratulations to Orange County SELPA on the Pathways to Possibilities with having students at the center with the idea of inclusion, belonging, and rightful presence. Thank you so much.
Caller ending in 0187, please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you will have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, are you there? 0187. Caller ending in 3682. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now. Caller, are you there? Caller ending in 3378. Please state your name and affiliation. Caller, you have 1 minute. Your time starts now.
Good morning. My name is Holly Manier, and I currently serve as chair for the Special Education Administrators of County Offices, SECO. SECO is an active group of special education educators with California County Superintendents. On behalf of our members, we're thrilled to partner with State SELPA to financially support the Impact Award. We'd like to congratulate Orange Unified School District's efforts via Pathways to Possibilities. It is SECO's honor to celebrate the outstanding work Orange Unified and Orange SELPA is devoting to students and the positive students' outcome as a result. Like many commissioners and public comments reflected, there's so much to affirm regarding the path and the work that Orange Unified has championed. Congratulations, and thank you for leading the way, Orange Unified.
There are no more callers.
Okay, very good. Well, thank you. So that ends our session for this morning. We'll adjourn now for lunch, and we will resume at 1 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, members of the public and in the room and online. Thank you for sticking with us and rejoining us this afternoon. We are going to do a quick roll call of commissioners since our attendance has changed from the morning, and then we will proceed with our agenda as it's posted. So, Denise, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. Chair Tostin.
Present.
Commissioner Graff.
Present.
Commissioner Estes. Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Liu.
Present.
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Michaud.
Here.
Commissioner Notch.
Present.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
Here, and just to clarify, I was here this morning. I came in at the Pledge of Allegiance and missed the roll call that morning. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruiz.
Here.
Commissioner Snipes. Commissioner Sorter.
Here.
Commissioner Scott.
Here.
Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Ding. Commissioner Tugsjargle. That's roll call. We have quorum.
Thank you. We've established quorum, and so now we will transition into the opportunity for general public comments. I'll ask for the slide to be displayed. Any members of the public in the room wishing to make general public comment, feel free to be in lining up. We have one public comment in the room.
Hello, Commissioners. Good afternoon. Chris Murphy from the Special Ed, just letting you know that our new issue is up on the SIP webpage, which is sipinclusion.org, and includes a fantastic article by Commissioner Don Hamilton. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment in the room. We will transition to any public comments online.
We have no callers at this time.
With that, we will conclude general public comment, and we will continue on to our agenda. We'll take just a moment to swap over the slide decks. So we are delighted to have Dr. Sud with us this afternoon to provide an overview of the Children Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, or CYBHI. It takes a moment to remember the order of the acronym, but this is a significant investment that the state has made, a multi-billion-dollar, multi-year investment to expand in enhancing behavioral health services and supports for children and youth. This is a result of years of advocacy and recognition of the partnership between public education and other public entities to ensure access or greater access to our students. So welcome. We are delighted that you're here and look forward to learning more.
Thank you so much, Chair Tostin, and to the members of the commission. It's really an honor and a pleasure to be here. Confirming you can hear me okay? Okay, yeah. So as was mentioned, my name is Sohail Sood. I'm with the California Health and Human Services Agency, and I have the honor of serving as director of the Children and Youth Behavioral Health Initiative. Chair Tostin did a great job kind of describing the overview. So multi-billion-dollar, multi-year effort to transform the way we support our children, our youth, and families. And I won't belabor the grounding too much because this is statistics and data I think we as a society are now grappling with on a regular basis. Presented on this slide is death by suicide among children in the state of California, ages 0 to 25. And you can see, we look at data in multiple ways. And so we look at data as it relates to volume and as it looks to rates. What's presented here is rates. And you can see that the further north you go and the further east you go, this is more of an issue when it comes to rates of death. Suicide, any way you splice the data, is either essentially the second or the third leading cause of death among our kids ages 10 and older. And it does not need to be that way. We need to do better as a society, right? And if you take this map and you take away the labels, the other reason I highlight it is because it often also relates to so many other issues that we face in the state. When we talk about access to health care, a map like this looks somewhat similar. When we talk about adversity in childhood, which we measure as well, maps like this look somewhat similar as well. And by and large, these rates are increasing, right? So California is presented here in the yellow line over time compared to the nation. And while we fare better than the nation in terms of death by suicide among children, it is increasing, and increasing alarmingly so. Other data points move in the same direction. These are children who show up in an emergency room or spend a night in a hospital because of self-harm, also increasing. Youth who are diagnosed with depression and anxiety, also increasing. You ask teachers, how much of a problem at this school is student depression or other mental health problems? Also increasing in terms of teachers' level of concern, showed here over 10 years. You ask students, essentially the clinical definition of depression here. During the past 12 months, did you ever feel so sad or hopeless almost every day for 2 weeks or more that you stopped doing usual activities? Also increasing. And of course, this is not felt by everybody equally. Our data shows that it differs based on the color of your skin. It differs based on who you love. And it differs specific to this group on what we deem as an ability or disability. And youth with disabilities are more likely to have been diagnosed with anxiety, to have a major depressive episode, or to experience adversity in childhood. And so if collectively we deem these as unacceptable, let's not accept it. And through those efforts was born this initiative. I'll provide a brief overview about the initiative overall, but please feel free to inject any questions you have anywhere along the way. So part of the work is really centered in the healthcare space. And this is about recognizing a shortage of both facilities, a shortage of workers, a shortage of even coverage mechanisms that really support access to care. And a lot of work is done there to really improve our access to appropriate behavioral health services for children, youth, and families throughout the state. But what I really have come to appreciate about the design of this effort is this is about meeting kids where they are. And if we start at the doctor's office, we're too late. And so much of the effort has really been focused in the places where our lives play out. So that includes homes, it includes communities, certainly includes schools, and also includes the digital environment. And throughout it all, at the bottom on this slide here, is the fact that we need to continue to talk about these issues, because only if we reduce stigma and increase education and information will people feel even comfortable accessing newly available services and supports. And we need to hold youth at the center of this work and have them not even co-lead, but really to lead with true agency the efforts that have been put forth. And I'll give you an example of that. I'm here today because of your your student commissioner, Saren, who I met at a different conference and told me about this great place and this great work. And I know she's not here today, but I know she's coming tomorrow. And I know California's going to miss her when she leaves the state for college, but just an example of how amazing people we have in this state, and really honored to partner with them. So with that, I will jump into the school space. I think all of you in this room are likely familiar with the social and emotional learning construct, and so I appreciate learning of it both through this work here, but also as a parent of 2 kids in California elementary schools, public schools. And it's an amazing framework, right? If we really embed social and emotional learning into the way we teach math, into the way we teach PE, into the way we teach English and all other subjects, we can really make a difference both in terms of students' academic performance, but also their sense of purpose and belonging and showing up in school and their health outcomes. And what we're seeing through some of these efforts, so through the initiative, California's basically partnered with all 58 county offices of education to stand up communities of practice. We've also partnered with UC Berkeley and the Greater Good Center there to really embed and improve the way we as educators learn about SEL frameworks and therefore implement them in the classroom. And we're seeing some signs of positive impact on this. This is data on absenteeism, which, as you all know, fortunately is going down, chronic absenteeism in the most recent years. It seems to be going down further in schools that are really focusing on social and emotional learning. So in Title I schools that have been part of this program and really the champions of it, what we call focal schools, we're seeing a slightly greater decrease in absenteeism, which again is one marker that we're tracking as a result of these efforts, but much more to be done, certainly. That's one example of some of the efforts that are happening in schools at a classroom level. Now zooming out a little bit more to the culture level. So what's the school culture like? We know, it's certainly the case for me and a lot of the peers I work with, is when we have stress and drama in our lives, we turn to our friends first. And certainly that's the case for students. And peer-to-peer support models are really well-proven, evidence-based measures of support, I would say, scientifically established in the adult space. And we know they exist in high schools throughout the state. But as a state, we haven't really grappled with understanding them well with a level of scrutiny or interrogation that then allows us to understand the lessons that we need to zoom out and apply in a more broader lens. So in partnership with the Children's Partnership based in Southern California, we are piloting peer-to-peer programs in 8 different high schools throughout the state. They vary quite a bit in terms of size and demography and geography to really get a sense of what are the best curricular models. Because this isn't a kid having a conversation with another kid. This is a kid serving as a support. And so it's a different type of language that one would need to have. And something that we've seen time and time again, high schoolers with the appropriate training do have the capacity to really implement and support one another very well. So again, partnering with these 8 high schools as part of that effort, and they are ongoing. That's one aspect of youth supporting youth. The other aspect of campus culture are all the grown-ups in that space. And really, honored to partner with the California Office of the Surgeon General to develop some training on creating safe spaces. And I think all of the educators that I've had the honor of working with really lead their efforts and their work with love as foundational. But when we talk about behavioral health, love is, again, foundational, but we also need skills. Right? We need to understand how to structure environments, how to structure conversations in a way that do provide some therapeutic benefit, that create these safe, stable, nurturing environments. And so through this coursework, developed with champions really in the ACEs world, in the Adverse Childhood Experiences world, including our first Surgeon General, Dr. Nadine Burke-Harris, this is a course to learn the biology of stress, to learn the difference between positive stress, tolerable stress, and toxic stress, and how that manifests in our body, and also how we can create the dynamics of a conversation or a relationship that end up serving that child, whether that child is one who is outspoken, maybe combative or disruptive, or really, really quiet, but also suffering in silence in some ways. So it provides that type of training. To date, about 6,000 individuals throughout the state have completed this 2-hour online, freely available course, available in English and Spanish. And I'm here today to ask for your partnership in continuing for that to grow. Certainly in the special ed education space, we would love for all educators to learn and benefit and grow in their professional development. So that's one example of some of the efforts that is happening on the school culture and school climate side of things. And then another aspect of what's happening in the school space is really changing the dynamics of access to care in a school-linked manner. So this is known as the fee schedule program. I will say I don't love the name, but it is what it is. And what it actually is it's a first-in-the-nation approach of linking the services provided through schools, so either directly from schools or their designated community partners, with health insurance. Because it is a recognition that a lot of the services that are provided are health care, and the healthcare system should pay for them. And that, in and of itself, ideally provides a sustainable funding mechanism to continue, if not grow or expand those types of services. So that's a very high-level overview of that type of program. It is being rolled out in cohorts, and so we are now accepting applications for a 5th cohort of local educational agencies to join. But even before that, in these first 4 cohorts, about half of the school districts in California have signed up. So about 500 LEAs are part of this effort. Of those existing 4 cohorts, the first cohort was called a pilot cohort and was basically designing and learning and growing this program alongside of us. And so they've been in the trenches for a while and now are starting to move from a theory of this, again, no other state in the nation is doing this, to a practice. And it has been slow going. There's been a lot of work that's happening, and I think mutual learning on behalf of the Department of Healthcare Services and education partners and everyone in between to really see how we can build this in an effective manner, because this is different, right? Schools do have some experience billing managed care and health plans, mainly in the Medi-Cal space, but this is a broader effort. And so in very recent weeks or months, we are starting to see quite dramatic increases in claims being submitted through this program. Delighted to say that at this point in time, more than $500,000 of claims have been submitted through, as you can see on the graph here, on the figure here, schools submit claims through a third party that end up going to health insurance plans and then receive funds once those claims are adjudicated and processed. And so about $500,000 in claims has gone up, and about $100,000 has been now received as funds to schools themselves. That delta, that difference between the two, is not a delay of any sort. It is just a matter of these being very recent and a timeline that gives the parties involved 30 to 45 days essentially to ensure that that's the case. The other piece of learning that I'll mention in that is of the claims that get submitted, about 20% or so are being denied. And the reason they're being denied is, again, because this is a learning curve. So there are pieces of the reimbursement process that require to fill out every blank on the form, which includes the service date, the service location, the service provider. And so a lot of these denials are getting sent back to schools who are then resubmitting with what we call a clean claim and then going through that process as well. So promising, but still more work to be done there. And the other piece I would highlight specific to this space is that it's a little bit different in the IEP space, so a little bit different for children receiving individualized, under an individualized education plan. And the reason for that is there are obligations for local educational agencies on the funding side of that. And so services that are pursuant to an IEP are not eligible for this. But that's different than saying the child is not eligible. So services that are outside of an IEP that are administered to this child, absolutely still eligible to receive these types of funds, or for schools really to receive these types of funds for those services, as are some of the initial intake processes before the IEP is actually executed. So a slight nuance to just highlight there. And then happy to connect anybody who's interested in learning more with the Department of Healthcare Services, who's our partner in administering this. So that's a little bit about, again, what's happening in the school space, which I would describe as the classroom changes that are occurring in campus culture, and changes with access to care. But we also live in homes and communities, and schools are certainly an integral part of that. So really delighted that educational partners do represent some of the grantees here, but going through a number of different rounds of grants that have been administered through a number of different state health agencies. This one is focused on parenting programs. And we hope certainly that youth, specifically with special healthcare needs, are recipients of these services. But I can speak as a parent here. It's not this a natural gift that we're born with, right? We learn how to become parents, and often we learn through our homes and our cultures and our communities, but some folks didn't grow up in the best households, and others grew up with dynamics that don't provide the most therapeutic relationships going forward. And then others need extra support because their child is born prematurely or with other conditions that do require additional considerations in that. And so we are scaling parenting programs throughout the state, working with a number of different partners to do so. We are also scaling trauma-informed practices again, with a number of different partners to ensure that the right services are provided in community settings often. Also increasing early childhood wraparound services. I'll just highlight the one listed at the top here in Santa Cruz as an example of a nurse that's partnered with a family over the course of pregnancy and into early childhood to ensure that they receive the services that they need and are supported from a mental health and resiliency perspective. Other work that's happening here is finding safe, healthy, positive spaces in the community. So funding to stand up different youth centers and youth groups that occur throughout the community. Efforts are also being done in a culturally cognizant way to think about stigma reduction. The grantees highlighted here represent 2 different geographic regions in which the Hmong community is supported with nearly $1 million in each of these grants. And I'll just say they're one of many communities in the state that really have been devastated by a legacy of forced displacement, of language issues, of cultural issues, of economic insecurities. And for me as a doctor to go to them and put a white coat on and say what you need is therapy is not necessarily effective or respectful in many cases. And so working with community organizations that are also already trusted partners to highlight the importance of taking care of oneself and to provide tools and skills that both impact the way to have conversations and the way to think about stigma in a culturally nuanced manner is something the state is proud to support. Work is also being done on suicide prevention, working with many different youth groups and community organizations to support efforts on that. In schools, as you all know, likely more than me, on the back of a student ID is 988. What does that mean? Like, what happens when I call that? Why should I call that? What are the efforts? The efforts here are to educate folks around what that means. And we can speak more about what it can be like to partner with different local educational agencies to ensure that messaging is getting to all students so that they're aware. And if you're interested in learning more about what's happening in homes and communities in your area, on the bottom right here is the website where you can access a searchable database. So you can sort by county, you can sort by award, you can sort by even an organization awardee to get a sense of some of the change that are happening. And in doing so, not only do I hope that we're being transparent, but I also hope we're being fodder for local conversations about integration and alignment, particularly as we hear about different funding challenges among many different parties. How can we do more with less is in partnership, right? So hoping this at least shares out some of the ways that the grantees have been supported. In total, more than 1,300 organizations have been awarded some type of support through this effort. That equals to more than $2 billion of services and supports, with more than 1,800 activities ongoing. That's a little bit about what's happening in homes and communities. And in the digital spaces, we acknowledge that we now live in a hybrid world. Right? This meeting itself is an example of that, occurring in 2 different places at the same time. And many of my patients, my community, my family members, and the general public have said trying to access care either means spending too much money or too much time. And so California has been leading among the nation's efforts to stand up 2 virtual service platforms that are 100% free and available to all. No insurance information is needed, available in English and Spanish, and telephone support for 17 other languages to be able to get some support. So on the left here is Bright Life Kids. That is meant for parents and caregivers and younger children with parental supervision and support, ages 0 to 12. And on the right is a similar program, but designed quite differently, more so for the older youth, ages 13 to 25, to use independently. And walking through them in a little bit more detail, what they offer is a set of digital tools. So instead of doing a random web search or going to an influencer on a social media platform, you can get curated content that's based in science, that's been clinically validated, to get a sense of what are the important things to think about in different spaces. But I think the real benefit in my eyes are the latter 2 comments here. So one is you can connect for free again with a live trained professional in behavioral health. And so as a parent, if you're working with a youth and you're not sure if this is a tantrum that I should expect on the younger side, or whether this is actually something more that I need to think through, this is a place where you can start to have some of those conversations. Or an older youth. My kids are in late elementary school, 3rd and 5th grade now that they've graduated from their prior grades. So playground drama, right? Friendship, understanding some of those bonds and connections. Subtle signs of potentially anxiety of different ways. This is a place where they can start to have those conversations around what is a circle of control? What can I control in my life or not? What is a growth mindset? How do I turn I can't do the monkey bars into I can't do the monkey bars yet, right? So those kinds of subtle tools and tips and tricks are part of the coaching. It's not a clinical platform. So this isn't a place where somebody's going to diagnose you with a condition and start you on medication, but it's a place to start those conversations. Or put another way, to work below the waterline with the iceberg metaphor, right? The majority of folks, before they manifest into something that actually ends up needing some clinical support. And then if it is deemed that you do need some support that is beyond that level, there are care coordinators built into these platforms to connect you to crisis services if need be, to clinical services if need be, that are already existing within your existing care networks and health insurance coverage plans. So that's a little bit of an example of Bright Life Kids. And as I mentioned, Saluna is similar, but geared more toward an older age group, the 13 to 25-year-olds. And part of the differences in their approach there is that there is a community support. So there is a peer community that you can join and access there. The difference between that and a social media platform is that all of the content here is pre-moderated. So it doesn't just go out there without an adult trained professional screening it and saying if it's derogatory, it's not going there. And if it's concerning for one's own well-being, let's instead route you to crisis services and see if you need any additional support there. The third piece on the coaching side here is that teens don't often follow up with appointments and have schedules, right? So there's an option to make an appointment, but there's also an option to drop in to coaching as well. And it is also available outside of standard business hours, so it goes until 9 p.m. And what we found so far between both of these platforms is 267,000 children and youth are using them. And for Saluna, more than half of the time that is occurring outside of business hours. So whether that's dinner table drama with the family or any other issues that are happening, they can connect that same evening with a professional to talk through their issues. And then a third digital platform that is recently launched is called Mirror Journal. The difference between that and the other two are that this is a journaling space, as in it's a private space. So there's no connection to other supports out there. But what we've learned is that youth journal in different ways. They still love the tactile sensation of pen and paper, but they also use digital devices. And when they do so, they're usually using the emails back and forth to themselves or the notes area. And this provides more of an organized, curated way to go about it. On the first image here, you can see you can actually journal in 3 different ways. So you can write, or you can record a selfie video to yourself, or leave a voice memo to yourself. And then another component of it is there are some built-in adaptive and AI technology behind it. So you can spit out whatever's happening as fast or as incoherent as you're feeling at a given moment, and it will summarize it back to you. And what we've heard from youth is that's actually really helpful to get a sense of, oh, this is actually what I'm trying to say, and to see that. It will also nudge you to what's called a support kit, which are individuals that you have self-identified in your own contacts as people you need to reach out to in times of stress or support. So it will say, you can consider that, or you can consider 988, or you can consider Saluna or Bright Life Kids, as examples as well. Another component of it on the far right here is as you use it, you kind of log in how you're feeling. And the goal behind that is to increase the vocabulary around emotions. And so fine can mean so many different things, right? Even taking it at face value, fine could mean at ease or apathetic, bored or easygoing. And so this allows you to actually kind of start with a core emotion, but then scroll a little bit to the left or to the right to get a sense of vocabulary to just improve your own understanding of how you're actually feeling. And you can log in your mood so that you can look retrospectively at how you've been feeling. I had a youth with bipolar come up to me recently and say, this has been really helpful to get a sense of her day-to-day emotions in one form or another. So another app, I'll note, all of these are not the solution to the mental health problem, but we hope that they augment the supports that exist, and combined with in-person supports, combined with the fantastic supports that are available and coming online in schools, that they collectively make a difference. And I'll close with what I mentioned at the top, which is that we need to talk about these issues more. And so we have 3 statewide campaigns going on, and would welcome partnership, particularly from any members in the special education community, to see what we can do to uplift these messages. One in particular focuses on stigma reduction. This is called Take Space to Pause. And in part, it is geared toward the younger audience, so 13 to 17-year-olds, at providing a little bit more of a vocabulary around what is my body's stress response system. So I'll pause for a moment and just play a clip from one of the videos from this campaign.
For strong emotions, anger, fear, stress, that just keep building and building to the point that you're feeling like you're going to lose control. I've been there too. Hi, I'm Jackie. I'm a bilingual licensed clinical therapist, and I'm gonna show you how to activate your calming system to avoid getting to that breaking point. The key thing to remember is that even everyday things like disagreements with friends or forgetting about a quiz can add to the wave of building emotions. But guess what? You can release some of that anger, fear, and stress regularly so they don't overflow. Our bodies come with a built-in calming system, and you can activate it whenever you need it. Just remember these 3 words: body, thoughts, connection. First, body, move it. There's a lot of things you can do. For example, you can jump up and down or go for a walk. It doesn't have to be a big thing. You just want to do something that gets you moving. Second, thoughts. Try to reframe negative thoughts with more neutral or positive ones. Instead of thinking, I can't, tell yourself, I'll do my best. And last, connections. Hit up your friends or family. A quick chat can seriously help ease some of those emotions. So the next time you feel anger, fear, or stress building up, remember, take space to pause and go through body, thoughts, connections. It's your power move to keeping your emotions from overflowing. And if you want a plan that's just for you, check out takespacetopause.org.
So if you think that messages like this can be helpful in the classroom, in the communities you serve, very happy to partner with you to ensure that we're getting the message out there. Between that and the subsequent 2 campaigns that I'll share in a minute, you will find them in radio and print and online in many different spaces. And per our measurements to date, roughly Californians have been exposed to them 2 trillion times. I think that's great, and it's not enough. So let's keep going and have these conversations. Another campaign is focused on adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, and the science is now really very clear that what happened to you when we're talking about neglect or abuse or household challenges at a young age go on to really impact your risk of different conditions, both mental health conditions and physical health conditions across your lifetime. And while that message is getting out there, it's our collective impression that it's getting out there in spaces that are full of doctors and lawyers and educators, and less so in the community, less so that the youth themselves understands what an ACE is. And importantly, in the tagline of this campaign is that it may increase your risk, but it doesn't define your destiny, and so you can live beyond it. And so to help support that type of messaging, the way this campaign is being rolled out, it is about youth in California, many of whom are on the screen here that I've had the pleasure to get to know, sharing out their stories, a little bit of what they've been through, but also science-backed ways to mitigate stress. And I'll play a clip from one of the campaign champions here. Her name is Valkyrie. She's a large actual influencer in the gaming community. So thinking about the different ways and areas to reach youth.
I first learned about ACEs through this campaign, actually. I was not only shocked that there was an official term for this, but it was also validating. When I was a kid, I just would compare myself to how I saw other people's family life and stuff, and just felt like I got unlucky. My dad was a severe alcoholic to experience all the time, just like him slamming doors and yelling and like punching walls and stuff. I vividly remember like sometimes my dad would come home super drunk and my mom would just like lock me and my sister and her in my room and they would just watch me play games. I learned that toxic stress is the way my body responded to ongoing stressful events. When I was a lot younger, I had severe asthma. I had my inhaler and everything. I used to get hives every night. And then, of course, you know, the anxiety attacks as I got a little bit older when I was a teenager. I started playing games when I was like 6. It was so distracting. And I'm fully aware that it was a distraction, right? Probably not the healthiest way to play a game. But I definitely used it as an escape. I think now I've found a really good group of friends, which I didn't have before, but I've met them through gaming. Like I met them online, which I feel like me and a lot of other people are very lucky to have, is like the power of the internet. Nowadays, I don't really go to gaming for an escape. I've definitely tried a lot of other avenues. Like I've gone to therapy before, and I always tell my viewers, like, I think therapy is for everyone. Even if you think you don't need it, it's still good to just talk. I've tried meditation, not good at it. Also, working out has been a huge stress relief for me. Just like having those little goals, like something to work towards, like keeps me grounded. I found that when I opened up about my own personal ACEs, it encouraged many others to do the same and open up about theirs. Me talking about the stuff that I went through helps them, and it's just built like a lifelong community. I just feel like you watching this right now is a wonderful first step, and I just want you to know that you are not alone. There are resources, and there are people that can entirely relate to you. I view my own personal ACEs as stepping stones now. I feel like it's helped me grow as a human being. It's helped me help others that are going through it as well. Through personal growth and healing and awareness of the effects of ACEs, I think anybody can live beyond their own ACEs. Visit livebeyondca.org and start your healing journey today.
And so similarly, if you feel like that's a message that's important for those with whom you work, very happy to partner with you to ensure that they're receiving the materials to start to have some of those conversations. And then the third campaign I'll highlight is around suicide prevention. And youth told us, talk about suicide prevention. You know, talk about what this is. This is impacting our communities, but do so with hope and do so with resilience at the core. And you can see that from the color scheme and the approach within the campaign. And then also address the concept that everyone in their life has so much going on, and that we as youth feel like we are a bother, like we are a burden to others. And so therein was born the tagline of this campaign, Never a Bother. It answers some of those questions of what do I do if I get a concerning text from a friend? Like, what am I supposed to do? Or what are the warning signs of suicide? Does saying the word suicide increase one's likelihood of engaging in self-harm? And the answer is no. But providing that type of information out there. Partnered with many folks, including fortunate to partner with Megan Thee Stallion, like Grammy Award-winning major influence among youth these days, who's really just been open about some of her struggles and some of the challenges that she's had. And so I think this is the last video, but I'll play a clip of some of her thoughts and messages to California's youth.
You start using like a lot of self-hate language, and you start feeling like it's me, I'm the problem, nobody cares, nobody likes me anyway. Like you just start feeling like it's all you and there's nothing that can be done about it. And you don't want to burden anybody else with your problems. But I had to learn that it's not that you're a burden. Like if you need to ask for help, that's just genuinely what you need to do, and the people around you need to make you feel validated in how you feel. One of the resources that you could use is 988, and it's like professionals that you could talk to. And then there's another one called Teen Line, and I didn't know about this, but it's teens that are volunteering their time to talk to other teens. Like it's people who know exactly what you're going through. It took me a long time to be comfortable talking about my mental health, because another thing in the Black and brown community is don't get nowhere telling your business. My grandma used to tell me not to tell people her business, so that's how I grew up. That's what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I can't talk to no stranger and tell them my business. I feel like we need more Black and brown advocates for mental health. Now I feel like I can relate to you, and it makes my wall come down even more. And now I'm more able to receive the help that you're giving me. I'm able to receive the words that you're saying. You're making me feel feelings that I don't think, somebody who is not like me would make me feel. Asking for help doesn't make me weak. Asking for help actually built my strength. Asking for help or going to get the help gave me the tools to be stronger. So I just definitely want to talk to the hotties and let them know it's okay to ask for help. Check up on your friends, like check up on your family. You don't know what's going on. So you should ask rather than just assuming, oh, you're busy or you don't want to hang out. Maybe you're acting different because you're feeling away, and is it something I can help with? I do care about you. I do hear you. I do love you. And you do matter. Hotties, you are never a bother.
So she can say it in ways I can't, right? Other messaging that's really geared towards parents and caregivers, a video series that really focuses on the toughest questions we face as parents and how to think about the science-backed or clinician-validated approaches to these challenging topics. And again, everything that I mentioned available in English and Spanish of these campaign materials. And so with that, I will close, and I'm happy to take questions. Appreciate the partnership, particularly with the special education community and the education community more generally. As I say in many spaces, all of these efforts mean nothing if they live on a shelf. And so we got to get the message out there, and very happy to continue to partner with you in so doing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much for all the detailed information. And before we move around the dais and online for comments, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate how far the conversation has come. The intent in normalizing and reducing stigma is essential for us to continue to support our students and our communities, but then also, as you're going through the comments, I was thinking about our parents as well, who may not have the language. And so I wanted to just kind of challenge us as commissioners, reducing stigma. Megan Thee Stallion's great, amazing. And there are folks who are in our circles who would also benefit from hearing from us. And to the level you're comfortable being able to say, there are moments where I'm like completely overwhelmed. Moving to a new city, starting a new job, journaling has helped. Being able to reflect and hear my thoughts, taking a moment to pause has been very helpful for me. Something as simple as that can normalize self-care, being aware of our emotions, and managing that. So with our platforms as commissioners and leaders in our different spheres, how might we be able to reduce stigmas and normalize, reaching out for support, asking for help? One of the questions that I had, going back to the fee structure, is there anything that we might be able to do to uplift the work, help address challenges or barriers that are taking place? Because as you said, we're the first in the nation to try this out and to be leaders. And so it's important that this is successful for our state and our community, but also so that others follow suit, because we know states tend to copycat, especially initiatives that are successful and work well. So is there anything we might be able to do through our advocacy, through our networks to support the work or address any barriers?
I really appreciate the question and your opening comments. On the fee schedule specifically, this, I'll acknowledge, is a tough time to ask for potentially sensitive information from parents and families. And the way this system works is designed on health insurance, right? And so schools essentially need to know more about the health insurance of their students for this to be a successful endeavor. And wish there was some type of statewide platform or resource or information database that we can link to, but at the current present, there's nothing that comprehensive. And so we have provided materials available online and happy to share afterward around the rationale behind this, but also coming from it from the perspective that the state asking for this information is different than the conversations that happen in each school with the principals, with the others talking to their community. So that would be an area where I would say, ongoing partnership and the communication and the dialogue at the local level can really translate into the success of this program. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions and comments from commissioners? I'm scanning to my left. Commissioner Ruiz.
Thank you so much for coming today. It was a wonderful presentation, and just what a great resource for families. I just still want to invite you to connect and partner with family empowerment centers and parent training and information centers. I love that you embrace social emotional aspects. I think that mindset will include more students. As a parent of a person with intellectual disabilities, I feel, and I tell him all the time, I think he's a social and emotional genius. I think he can just kind of see through things like really easily, and just highlighting that, I think, will really highlight the value that these guys get to bring into spaces. What else? So many things. I really, the whole mental health, again, being a parent, the other side of having two children, I have one with disabilities and one without, and the struggles that my son without had. It was pretty stressful growing up, especially. They're older now and things have mellowed out, but when they were small, it was hard, and I saw that with him, and I can totally see the mental health aspects, and that the last thing he would want to do is burden us further. So just appreciate everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Really appreciate those comments, and we'll find a way to take you up on connecting with the family empowerment centers and the other places where these messages and resources need to go.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ruiz. Scanning to my right. Any comments from commissioners attending online? Oh, Commissioner Oyakawa, please.
Thank you so much. That was a great presentation, and it was great to hear, again, as Chair Tostin said, that helping us to reduce stigma for everyone. So whether it's your grandparents or the little kids who could use some support, it's a good reminder to find every opportunity or take every opportunity to help reduce stigma and get everyone the support that they could use. So thank you for all the work that you're doing. I love that you were meeting students where they are, and you I don't remember which slide it was, but you showed the 4 different areas where you were trying to meet them in the homes and the schools and the different settings. And especially that you were very culturally sensitive to what might be obstacles for particular communities and cultures in terms of reaching this kind of support. So I love how balanced this approach has been and the work that you're doing. I did have a couple of questions. One was with regards to the apps, which I was like, that is so cool. I'm going to start looking at them and sharing them with both of my girls who are mid to late teens. And I was thinking, well, wow, this is really a nice, very smart approach to reaching the teens especially. I was thinking of, who uses apps the most. And I thought, well, it's of no cost to the LEAs who would be getting that information out. So it would probably be very easy for them to push it out. But I was also concerned about, recent articles about, kind of the reliance on AI and a tendency for some teens to interact more with AI and with apps than with humans. And I was just wondering what kind of monitoring might be happening with regard to how it's being used. And I know that there was a part where you said that there would be times where, it is being monitored, and that I think you said resources would be sent out if you saw that people needed more support than they're getting from the app. But I was just wanted to express that concern. And then the other question I had with regards to the insurance recovery, which I think is a brilliant idea. I'm just wondering who is usually the person in the district or in the LEA to have that role of filling out all those applications. I'm just wondering who gets that job and how they're trained. And then I guess wondering how in the long term we would be looking at how this would affect kind of our insurance programs or insurance companies, and how premiums might be affected for the general population if they are being asked to absorb this cost. I tend to think of it as an investment, and I would hope that the insurers would see that in the end they're actually saving money. But I'm wondering what kind of monitoring is happening, and if anything is happening, and what's come out of that. Thank you.
I appreciate all of those questions. Starting with the apps, maybe just to distinguish a little bit, Soluna and Bright Life Kids really don't have anything in the way of artificial intelligence features. And so focusing just on the journaling app on Mirror, the AI components of that are not as extensive as what I think you're referencing, which is much more of an interaction with the artificial intelligence to have a conversation, an iterative conversation. This is essentially an intelligent summary of what you said, and it stops there, if that makes sense. And so there's no capacity to have a dialogue with that. And from that summary, in working with the developers, they are trying to find the fine line of not providing a summary that's overly affirming in situations where there's actually some concerns, and that's also not overly concerning in that sense. So there's been a lot of testing and vetting that has been done in the process overall, and happy to connect this commission or others to the folks that have been on the ground in terms of what are the LLMs, the large language models that they're using, and the data sets that they're using to develop this. But hopefully that provides you with a little bit of a sense of the limited use of AI in that particular feature. It's also available in the App Store today, so anyone's available to try it out and to get a sense themselves. I have not so much, well, a little bit as a journaling app, but also just to test it, right? And to see for myself how I feel like it's going, and I encourage everyone to do the same. On the fee schedule components of it, one of your questions was around who in the schools has this job. And I would say it looks different in every school. So it's hard to answer that question blanketly. Part of that is by design. We know that what is happening in Trinity County looks very different than what's happening in LA County. And that it's not necessarily on a school or a school district even to have the capacity to support this effort. Sometimes it has to happen at the county effort, or even in some cases a multi-county regional effort to create the infrastructure that's necessary for this to happen. The Department of Healthcare Services has provided around $400 million in grants to schools through county offices of education that have subsequently doled it out to LEAs in their area to stand up the infrastructure and the capacity to do this. And this is in partnership with San Francisco and Santa Clara County offices of education. So again, it really just depends on each district how they're organizing it. And I would say the models that I see that I would lift up are those that integrate the CYBHI fee schedule efforts with the community schools efforts, because they are really philosophically and mission aligned, and blending and braiding of funding in those spaces is absolutely possible. It takes creativity and it takes dialogue between those two sides of the house. And so we often talk with my colleagues at the Department of Education in ways to continue to further that. And then your final question is what happens to our insurance as part of this? And on that front, as part of the statute, families have zero copay as part of this. So any of these services should not affect their premiums or their copays directly in any shape or form. And I very much want to underscore that these services, the ones that are in the fee schedule, are really prevention and early intervention oriented. And we should celebrate those as a society, right? That's where we want to intervene as opposed to a more costly and more devastating situation down the road.
Thank you. And sorry, just to clarify, my last question about the insurance wasn't if the users, the families who are using the services were paying like a copay. I was wondering about the effect or maybe the resistance you might be getting from the insurance companies. And like I was hoping, and I think you've confirmed, it's because it's viewed as a preventative, we might be saving money in the long run. But I was just wondering if the insurance were threatening to like raise everyone's premiums because they have this new cost. So I was just wondering what kind of pushback or what kind of studies we've seen about that. So thank you.
Yeah, early days. So not hearing really anything of that level of concern. As I mentioned, the volume is just starting right now to move up. And most of the conversations that are happening with managed care plans throughout the state are really in the details of the operational nuances. How do we adjudicate the claims? How do we work with a third-party administrator? And that's most of the dialogue that's happening at this point. But happy to keep everyone informed should those turn in a different direction.
Thank you. And just to wrap this up, contemplating that question and some of your comments around these are preventative services that are provided. And so, I suspect healthcare premiums go up typically each year. But if the premiums go up because folks are using preventative services, I would assume an actuarial table over time would show, okay, well, spending X amount of dollars on the front end is reducing the need for more costly, chronic, pervasive services on the back end. So I encourage us all, let's test it out and see. And we'll find out in 10 years. So Dr. Sood, thank you so much for the information. And again, commissioners, I challenge you to share the resources and to be part of reducing the stigma related to just taking care of our minds. We go to the dentist, the eye doctor, an annual physical once a year. And I can tell my coworkers in the office, I have an eye appointment today. No stigma, it's just me taking care of myself. It should be the same when we take care of our mental health. So thank you so much for your comments and the presentation.
Appreciate it.
I would ask any members of the public in the room wishing to make public comments to begin lining up now. For those of you who are online, please begin dialing in. Seeing no members of the public wishing to make public comment here in person, we will pause for just a few more seconds for anyone who's dialing in. Any public comments online?
There are no callers at this time.
With that, we will close public comment on this item. Moving into, look at us, we are perfectly on time. Kudos to everybody. Moving into item 5, the annual election of officers. We will hold the annual election of officers for the 25-26 term. I will highlight that a bylaw that's under consideration would extend the terms. We weren't able to have an official action on that today because we wanted to make sure everyone had an opportunity to really digest what that means. And so the candidates who are seeking office, just want you to be aware of, the commitment might change based on subsequent action from the commission. With that, if you will give me 1 second. I am the ad hoc elections chair and are figuring it out as I go. So as part of our process, the votes are a roll call vote. And so we will go around the dais and issue our vote for the candidates who have self-nominated themselves. And I want to share for commissioners and members of the public, while it's having gone through it a few times, it's kind of awkward, but the culture we have here is that this is not a cutthroat election. It is individuals who want to contribute in a different capacity as one of our elected officers, vice chair, and the chair. And so the commissioners who have self-nominated themselves have not run campaigns. There are no buttons. There's no stickers in the hallway. We are relying on our experiences and our general thoughts as we issue our votes. And once the votes are completed, the votes are completed. And historically, as our tradition, we support whoever is selected for the various roles. With that, I believe the bylaws require us to do the vote for vice chair first. Before we move to that, I see a question.
Last time, I think the candidate said something about themselves before we voted. Do you remember that?
I was one of the candidates, so yeah.
Because I remember what people said. I just didn't know if we were doing that again.
Yes. I would say before we go into the vote, we'll give the candidates an opportunity, if they'd like to do so, to share a little bit about themselves and maybe the why behind their self-nomination. We're starting with the office of vice chair. The one nominee we have for that role is Commissioner Snipes, who was unable to be with us today. Oh, she's online? Oh, I can only see Commissioner Morikawa, sorry. Commissioner Snipes, there you go.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi, good to see you. We yield the internet to you.
Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. I've got a crazy setup right now, but I really wanted to make sure that I joined. Great. Okay. It seems like there might be a little bit of a delay, so we'll work with that. But I just want to say that I feel like I have built a foundation on this commission as a commissioner over the past couple of years, and I had a strong call to increase my my leadership there, but only by title. I am a team member, I am a team player, and so there are logistical things that this position involves that I'm happy and hoping to be able to take on. But what it comes down to is wanting to continue to be a part of this team and work with you all and elevate the work that we do as an entire commission and as one team working towards a common goal.
Thank you, Commissioner Snipes. And before we move to the election of the vice chair, I've received information that I had it transposed. We actually, per the bylaws, go through the election of the chair first and then vice chair. So please remember Commissioner Snipes' words and why, and just hold that for a moment. We will switch course and go through the comments from the nominees for chair. We'll complete that vote and then transition into vice chair. All right. So we have two nominees for the position of chair, Vice Chair Groff and Commissioner Snipes. I will turn to Vice Chair Groff, just going alphabetically to make comments, and then Commissioner Notch.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's been a real privilege to serve as your vice chair for two years. And I also want to thank Chair Toston for his mentorship. Because having come into the commission, it was a bit of a learning curve as a commissioner, but then moving into the position where I was elected as vice chair, I worked very closely with Chair Toston and really learned a lot more about the inner workings of the commission, as well as with the Department of Education, the Special Ed Division, and staff. So I see that position of vice chair as really very educational as you move up into the chair position, hopefully. But my career has been one of over 40 years in the field of education of students with disabilities, primarily in the area of preparation of educators across the board, general educators, special educators, administrators, psychologists, and so forth. And as I've stepped down as professor emeritus, now I've continued to serve in other capacities within the field, nationally, internationally, statewide, and so forth. So I think I have a very good grasp of what the issues are within the field of education of students with disabilities, and it's a challenging time that we're in. Not only because of what we're dealing with from the federal government, but I think also just some of the challenges that we face here in California, not only with the budget, but as we heard today with Orange Unified, sort of what is possible for districts, but we have many districts that are not quite there yet. So we need to look to our models and so forth. So I see three priorities for the commission, for the state of California, moving forward. The CCEE, a recent meeting, reported on the low outcomes for our students with disabilities in education, whether it's literacy, math, and so forth. So I think we have a long way to go to really increase those outcomes. I think the commission can certainly help in that way. Another area that's particularly close to me is the shortage of special educators. And I've been working very hard, not only in the area of recruitment, but also retention and looking at workload, caseload, and hopefully we can start to address some of those issues. And then again, the ever-present concern about least restrictive environment and what the division and we as a community can do to really increase the percentage of students across the board in mainstream general education classrooms. So I see the Advisory Commission as being a pivotal partner in bringing all the entities together, because I still see us working in silos across the various agencies. And I think the Advisory Commission definitely has that function to be a convener of all the players and so forth, and it serves to educate the field and to really move us all forward. So I look forward to continuing to serve in whatever capacity. I still have my term as commissioner, so I look forward to continuing to serve. Thank you.
Commissioner Notch.
You may be wondering why now, and why haven't I taken a more traditional path? And it's a really important, the why is really important to me. And I didn't want to ramble like I'm doing right now, so I wrote something down because I think it's important to understand the call to action and why I just feel so compelled to serve right now. The convergence of personal experience, professional readiness, and policy urgency has created a unique window for impact. Over 2 decades of working in the field of special education did not prepare me at all for the hard lessons that I have learned in the past year as a parent of a child with disabilities. Insights that have stirred within me an undeniable and passionate call to do something. The lived experience has revealed gaps and urgencies that professional knowledge alone never uncovered. With federal ground shifting and my personal and professional capacity providing a window for me to take this on now, the timing is right for me to step up and contribute in ways that I haven't been able to before. I would like to run for chair because I want to leverage the combination of my professional expertise within the field, an authentic voice, and experience of families navigating the system in service of the Commission's work. However I am able to serve, whether it's in the role of chair or not, I'm just so honored to be part of this group, and I thank you for the opportunity to serve in any capacity.
Okay. I believe we transition to the roll call vote, or do we need to make a motion to elect a chair?
Chair Tolson, can I ask something?
Yeah.
Can we find out what the term limits are for the for each candidate? Like how many more years they can serve on this commission?
Oh, you mean what cycle folks are in their appointment? So
Their appointment, exactly. Yeah.
do either of you know where you are in terms of how many years into your first or second appointment from your appointing body?
So next year will be the last year of my first term.
And then I'm through December 2028.
So last year of the first term means if you're reappointed for a second term, you'd be terming out in 28, 29-ish.
Yes, I'm eligible for reappointment. Let's put it that way.
I'm an English major by training, so math in public is really hard. Okay, any other questions, discussion? So with that, I make a motion that we go through the process to elect our next chair. Is there a second? Second. Now I'm just thinking about this structurally. So with that, we will go through a roll call vote. And I would ask everyone to use the framing in your vote. I am submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Smith or Commissioner Jones, rather than a yay or nay. It's my last meeting, so like if I end up in Brown Act jail, there'll be letters to the department. All right, any other questions or discussion? All right, Denise, if you'd please facilitate the roll call.
Commissioner Graff.
Submit the name of Victoria Graff.
Commissioner Estes. Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Liu.
I would like to.
Oops, sorry.
Whoa.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I would like to submit my vote on behalf of Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Liu.
They're both very great candidates. I'm sure everybody have prom, but because of term limits, I'm going to be voting for Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Lopez. Commissioner Michaud.
I'd like to submit my vote for Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Notch.
I would like to humbly submit for myself, Sarah Notch.
Commissioner Oyakawa.
I want to thank you both. You're both amazing. We would do well regardless, and we're lucky to have you both on the commission. I also submit my vote for Commissioner Notch. Thank you.
Commissioner Ruiz.
I'm submitting my vote for Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Snipes.
I'm submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Sorter.
I am submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Notch.
Commissioner Scott.
I'm submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Graff.
Commissioner Wilkins. Commissioner Ding. Commissioner Tux-Jargo.
So, and I'm abstaining from the vote, given that I will not be continuing on after today. So with that, based on my tally, it appears Commissioner Notch has the majority of the votes. Just confirming with Denise. Okay. So with that, I want to thank Commissioner Groff, Vice Chair Groff, for being willing to go through the process and her continued leadership on the commission, and congratulate incoming Chair Commissioner Notch on leading us beginning August. Congratulations. With that, we will move into the election of Vice Chair. I move that we begin the nomination process for the Vice Chair of the Commission. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Weiss. Denise, will you facilitate the vote?
Commissioner Groff.
I submit my name, the name of Heather Snipes.
Commissioner Estes, Commissioner Hamilton,
I would like to submit my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Liu,
Did I say ditto? No. Yeah, I think there's only one candidate, so I'm going for Commissioner Snipes also. She'll be great.
Commissioner Lopez, Commissioner Michaud,
I'd like to submit my vote for Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Notch,
Submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Oyakawa,
I submit my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Ruiz,
I submit my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Snipes,
I humbly submit my vote on behalf of myself, Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Sorter,
I'm submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Scott,
I'm submitting my vote on behalf of Commissioner Snipes.
Commissioner Wilkins, Commissioner Ding, Commissioner Tugstragel,
Commissioner Snipes, or incoming Vice Chair Snipes, congratulations. We look forward to your support and leadership. The votes are complete. Thank you, everyone, for participating in the process. We appreciate your commitment and willingness to support our work. Per the bylaws, the outgoing chair and vice chair will be working with the incoming chair and vice chair to ensure we have a smooth transition and so that we don't have any hiccups along the way. And so we'll be working with our incoming officers to have an appropriate handoff and look forward to their leadership beginning at the August meeting. And so I would encourage you both to pay very close attention to agenda building for the next meeting. I will not be taking any notes. All right, with that, we're a bit ahead of schedule. Our next scheduled presentation is at 3 o'clock. Denise, is that virtual or in person?
it's virtual.
Virtual. So we assume that they will be joining the link shortly before 3 o'clock. So it is 2:20 now. We will take an extended break from 2:20 to 3 o'clock. So commissioners, please stretch, check email. And members of the public, thank you for your patience. We will be back online shortly before 3 o'clock to begin the presentation for item 6. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, and welcome back. We will be jumping back into our agenda at item 6. We're pleased and delighted to have a presentation from the Children's Hospital of Orange County, whose presentation focuses on school reintegration, a school reintegration program that highlights the partnership between mental health professionals and school districts to ensure there's a smooth transition for students back into their school after receiving acute care. We're delighted to have you here with us to share your experiences and information. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Chair Tustin. Thank you for having us. My name is Gabriela Hernandez. I am a supervisor for our psychology team at the Mental Health and Patient Center at CHOC, which is now also Rady's Hospital. We are the largest children's hospital of California now. I am also the supervisor for the school reintegration program, a program that I helped develop in 2019, shortly after opening, and I'll give a little bit of background on our program. But thank you so much for having us. And I have one of our school liaisons, Mitzi Bennett, also joining.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Gabby mentioned, my name is Mitzi Bennett, and I'm one of the school liaisons. I've worked at CHOC for a little bit more than 27 years and have held a number of different clinical and leadership positions, both kind of within our social service department and then with a county contracted full service partnership, but was really excited to join this innovative and collaborative program about 1.5 years ago. So we're excited to be here and present our program to you today.
We can go to the next slide. And if we can share the slides on the screen, please. And there we go. So our mental health and patient program center is one of, I would say, top 10 in the nation. We service patients that are experiencing a mental health crisis, a psychiatric crisis, and we see patients from 3 years old all the way to 17. We are the only unit in our region that takes patients under 12 years old. The closest one next over is the one in Loma Linda. We created a center that we were told would not be sustainable, and here we are 7 years later, thriving. So we have 18 individual rooms on our unit. This helps support caregivers who want to spend the night. They can be on our unit, and we definitely want them to be part of our treatment and to spend time with their children during this crisis. We also allow caregivers to participate in some of our programming with their child so they can ensure that they're safe and that they're included. Some very unique features from our inpatient unit is that we provide intensive treatment while a patient is with us. So we have a model that within 3 to 5 days, because our average stay is about 5 days, our patients are provided with a full evaluation by our psychiatry team, our nursing team, and our psychology team. We provide individual treatment, and by the 3rd day of their stay, we are offering family therapy sessions. We also have a capacity to include community partners. So if there is a patient who has several providers in the community, such as an outpatient therapist, an IEP team, school staff that is very involved with them, social services, probation, anybody who is involved in their care, we can coordinate a treatment coordination meeting while they are hospitalized to discuss the reason for hospitalization, any barriers that led to the hospitalization, services that they're receiving, and identify next steps in order to support the patient. So that's what makes us very unique. We're constantly thinking outside the box because our biggest goal is how do we help students, patients stabilize as soon as possible and transition them back to school. And we do have a short video on our website. So if you wanted to view our unit, you are more than welcome to check that out. Okay, next. So if you're familiar with psychiatric inpatient units, we follow LPS law, so we are bound to focus on psychiatric stabilization. I know for many of our families, they are desperately seeking services for their child, and sometimes 5 days does not seem like it's enough time to stabilize and get them connected. Some of our patients are there for about 2 weeks, some of them for about a month. It really just depends on the criteria and their need. We don't want to keep them longer than necessary. We are a locked facility where their movement is restricted, what they can have on their person is restricted, so we want to be mindful of that. We treat severe mental health conditions, and that's what's required for them to be at this highest level of care. All of our patients step down to a lower level of care, whether that's residential treatment or outpatient services, an intensive outpatient program or a partial hospitalization program. We work with all levels of programming in the community. Next. And we are part of a larger team at CHOC that services mental health acute services. So it is the MHIC, which is our unit, our emergency room team, which is MES, Mental Health Emergency Services. So we have a team of clinicians and psychologists in our emergency room that are able to evaluate for mental health crisis and determine their need, their level of need. So do they need a psychiatric hospitalization, or can they be stabilized and connected to outpatient services? We also have our mental health crisis clinic, which is a bridge. So if there is a patient that is in need of long-term care and it's difficult for them to get connected, they can be referred to our crisis clinic, who can support them for up to 4 weeks while they're in transition and they're connected to a long-term provider. We also have our intensive outpatient program at CHOC. Sorry, so it seems like I lost connection there for a second. We also have our intensive outpatient programs at CHOC, and those are 2 different programs for middle school and high school. Next. So when we first opened our unit in 2018, we were looking at what was the collaboration between hospitals and school staff. So what we found is that there was limited communication when a patient was seen, whether it was in our emergency room or our inpatient unit, in their transition back to school. So we were getting reports from the school and from students that students were just going back to school and jumping into class. And so their mental health crisis had not been addressed. The school was not aware unless the parent notified them. And even then, the information that was shared was pretty limited and depended on what the parents were wanting to share. So I started to look at the research just throughout the U.S. There was some research to demonstrate that there was some collaboration once the patients were back at school, as far as what the schools were offering, but there was very limited services provided during their hospitalization and transitioning back to school. So then I started to explore, how do we establish these partnerships, given that we were a relatively new program, and we have a pretty good reputation in the community, and we had a lot of connections just within Orange County. Okay, next. So the way that we responded is that we started reaching out to Orange County Department of Education and all 27 school districts within Orange County, and just wanting to explore, what is your process when students are hospitalized and they transition back to school? What do you need from us? How can we best support these students going back? We then started offering tours of our unit to destigmatize psychiatric care, and really explaining the services that they received and then what to expect when they transition back to school. We also provided multiple trainings to the community, school districts, school staff, in the different areas, the difference between our emergency room, our psychiatric unit, outpatient services, because as you can expect, there was a lot of questions of just what does CHOC do? And then us wanting to get an understanding of how are these different school districts operating? I know that they all have their own structure and culture, and so we wanted to be mindful of that and then support their partnership with us. So what started off as just an informal program partnership has then developed into a full-blown program that we have now. Next. And so what we found is that our caregivers and the patient students that were accessing services at schools after hospitalization were parents that were aware of how the systems operated, or they had access, or they had some form of advocate. And what we really wanted to do is provide this information to families, so like the different tier systems. So can they provide just supportive services, the difference between that and a 504, the difference between a 504 and an IEP, and how the school, what the school process is in determining that, and really understanding that schools are able to support students transitioning back to school without even having like a formal evaluation. They can start these conversations at the reentry meeting. And so we took it upon us to really educate families on what a reentry meeting is, how they can participate, who can come, the importance of a student's voice at these meetings. And we'll talk about some of the forms that we've developed just throughout the program. Okay, next. As you can see, this just breaks it down. What is the school reentry form? We will have examples of what our reentry form is. And so this is a survey that we created in partnership with our teacher at MHIC. So we have a full-time teacher that provides education to our patients while they're hospitalized. We're asking our students, our patients, questions like, what is most stressful about school? Is school one of the main stressors? What are some supports that the school can put into place to help transition? Or just to address maybe being overwhelmed with all the multiple demands, or not being able to get to school on time, or being overwhelmed and anxious during, walking through the hallways. We then created this survey and trialed it with our patients on the unit, and then modify it as we saw fit. We also consulted with the school districts, all 27 school districts, to get feedback from them. Like, is this a typical service that you provide? Does this seem fair? Does it seem doable? Is it easy to follow during a reentry meeting? Because we really want to work in partnership with the districts to improve the way, to improve this transition, not make it more difficult. Okay, next. And some of the information that we also were sharing with families is that how this came about. So we are seeing their child because they're experiencing a crisis, and we're going to stabilize this. And on the other end, with school districts and their partnership, how are they supporting with suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention? So we also referenced some assembly bills that led to some of the work that's being offered right now. Next. Okay. And so we started partnering with OCDE in offering multiple trainings for our school districts. Again, this is just one of the handouts that we created. It's really small lettering, but it really broke down what services we provide in the emergency room versus our psychiatric unit versus the crisis clinic. Because we were getting calls from the school districts like, help, we have a patient at CHOC and we want an update. But we wanted to make sure that they understood if they're in the emergency room, it's going to be a much shorter stay. And the services that are offered to them through the school reintegration program will vary depending on their stay. Okay, next.
All right.
So how does the school reintegration program work? And then Mitzi will guide us through these slides.
Yes, I'm the lucky one that gets to kind of tell you about the nuts and bolts of our program. All right, so as Gabby was mentioning, kind of how do we do this? So if you could go to the next slide, that would be great. All right, so just like the MHIC is very intentional in the services that they provide when the students are here at the hospital, we want to be intentional too. So kind of what are the goals of our program? Well, first and foremost, we want to make sure that we're offering this to all of our families, and we want to make sure that we're reducing the barriers to access to resources following a crisis, resources here at Chalk, at school, and in the community. We also want to make sure that there's a good connection between those aftercare services. What's the aftercare plan? And, does everyone have that opportunity to talk to each other so that everyone who's working with this student can be working collaboratively and communicating together? We do provide a lot of education about this stabilization process. There's still, as Gabby mentioned, a lot of myths, misunderstandings, and stigma about acute mental health services. So we want to provide that ongoing education to everyone, to the students, the patients we serve, their family members, schools, school team members, and community members as well. We also want to increase that collaboration amongst the teams who are supporting the families. We want to reduce fear. Students are fearful sometimes to go back to school. Their caregivers, their families are nervous. Sometimes the schools themselves are nervous about kids returning to school after crisis. So we want to be there to provide that support, that information, and advocacy. And then another thing to also include is that we want to include, as Gabby mentioned, the students in this process. We're going to be able to kind of hopefully show you the slide with the with that school reentry form. And I'm lucky that I get to attend some of those meetings, and I've seen the students use that form that they developed kind of with the team here at the hospital to be able to have that voice so that they can advocate for themselves during those reentry meetings. All right, next slide, please. All right, so of course, how do we do this? Of course, we do this with parent or caregiver consent. We want to make sure that they know kind of our role in the treatment team and the services that they're getting, and we want their understanding, their permission to be able to reach out and communicate with our school district contacts. So Chalk has a release of information, which is bi-directional, so that we can talk to the schools and the schools can talk to us. These forms were kind of vetted by the Chalk legal department, as well as the OCDE, Orange County Department of Education legal team as well. We just want to always make sure that we're using, the right consent to be able to talk to each other. So this is just a snapshot of one of the first page of our release of information. And if you can go to the next slide, then that is the second page of the release of information so that we can share that information. All right, next slide as well. All right, so how are these services delivered? Next slide. All right, as Gabby mentioned, it really came together with a partnership with the school districts and the contacts that we have such really strong partnerships with. We are also always learning as well. So we've learned a lot about the MTSS process. And so we use that as a guide for some of the terminology that we use, some of the visuals, this three-tiered model of care that we're providing as well. So as Gabby mentioned, that tier level 1 are universal support. So as students come in and we've obtained consent from families, we communicate directly with the school district, both at admission and discharge from the hospital. And then when they're receiving services from those other acute mental health areas, our emergency department, our crisis clinic, and our IOP. While that initial kind of notification process is happening, that's when our school teacher is already starting to work with the student while they're at the hospital to start on that reentry form. We're preparing the caregivers for reentry and the students really as soon as they come into care with us. Higher level of care, or the tier 2, is that supplemental support. So this is where consultation with caregivers, with school staff members, school team members occurs, usually when there's been school-related concerns, issues, stressors, triggers those have been identified kind of when the students have come in contact with our team members. We also want to make sure that there's connections, as Gabby mentioned. So often school is a protective factor for our students. They are very strongly connected to school team members. And so we're including them in that treatment process. They can come and visit, as Gabby mentioned, while they're here at our inpatient unit. We really want to continue to build on those great supports that are already there. And then the tier 3 is that highest level intensive support. So for us, Gabby mentioned those treatment coordination meetings, our treatment team meetings. So those are the meetings that we are coordinating while the student is still at the hospital with us. We bring together, as Gabby mentioned, all of the different team members that are working with that student. So sometimes it is just the school teams, but if the student is also involved with outpatient providers, Child Protective Services or Orange County Social Services, probation, sometimes their faith community. It really kind of depends. It depends on the student and the caregiver's needs. We'll bring all of them together for those treatment team meetings while they're in the hospital. In my role as a school liaison, I do get to attend those reentry meetings if requested by the parents and or the school. And so those happen after discharge, but we're able to attend and really kind of be there to support, provide information, support that advocacy for the patient and the family. All right, next slide, please. All right, so what does it kind of look like from beginning to end? So as we mentioned, we start by obtaining that consent from the caregiver who has the consenting abilities. We initiate that school notification and the school reentry preparation. We provide that consultation with school staff or the caregiver. We have a treatment team meeting if it's needed while they're in the hospital. And once they're discharged, then we send the discharge notification to our school district contacts, and that will include like what the aftercare plan is. We also provide any, supporting information that would be helpful, our release of information, our safety and coping plan, and the school reentry form if it's completed. And then we will attend those reentry meetings if requested. All right, next slide. So we've developed a lot of tools throughout this process, and this is kind of a snapshot. The names have been changed on here, but this is kind of a snapshot of our district contact list for our Orange County schools. So you can see that each of the school districts is listed in one column, who maybe that primary district contact is. We are partnering a lot with school nurses as well, and so the nurse contact is added, as is any foster care liaison or any homeless or McKinney-Vento liaison is listed as well. And we have these school district contacts, of course, for Orange County, but we also have them for any non-public schools, any private schools, any online or charter schools. And then because we have students coming from other counties, we definitely have these lists for Riverside County, LA County, North San Diego County, San Bernardino, wherever the students come from. As we're developing those relationships and those partnerships with the school districts, then we're adding them to the district contact list as needed. So it's an ongoing process. As people change, they notify us, we update the list as needed. So it's definitely a living, breathing document that we use to maintain these connections and partnerships. All right, next slide, please. All right, so we just wanted to kind of show you again, as we're developing our tools and things like that, here's a template for our treatment team meeting. And like in any meeting, we just want this to be, there's a definite purpose to this meeting and intention. So we use these templates to kind of guide us. And we always want to make sure that we're, again, having all the people involved that need to be involved. We do have structure to the meeting. We want everyone to, have good meeting etiquette so that everyone's, input is heard. We kind of stay on task. So of course, we maintain confidentiality. Next step, if you would, or next slide. We go over the reason for the hospitalization, looking at current diagnosis, previous diagnosis, symptoms and behaviors. What's working well? We definitely want to speak to this student and this patient's strengths, any medical concerns, any medications new or changes, and what academic concerns have been identified. And then can you go to the next slide, please? Again, we talked about patient strengths. Who are the different representatives there, and what services are they providing, kind of current, and if there's going to be any changes or addition to services. And then lastly, the next slide, please, on this template is kind of planning for safety. Are there any current safety issues going home, at school? What are triggers and stressors? What are coping skills? What have they learned either during this hospitalization or through our other acute services that provide some support and assistance when they're struggling? And then we look at what are the next steps? What are the goals? What are the needs? And who's going to be responsible? And when are we looking at making those targets work?
And Mitzi, if I can just add something.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So if anyone's not as familiar with psychiatric care or an inpatient mental health inpatient unit, so we are seeing patients that are more of the severe spectrum. So if they're on a scale from 0 to 10, they would be at the most severe. So they would be hospitalized with us if they were like at an 8 to a 10. And our goal is just to get them up to a 7 to stabilization, and then transition them back to their community or whatever level of care that they may go to. So we see patients that are with us for 3 reasons only: danger to self, danger to others, or who are gravely disabled. So they're having some serious difficulty caring for themselves. They are engaging in behaviors that are dangerous to other people. So we often see patients that are making threats to school staff or peers, and it maybe have escalated to the crisis team or law enforcement, and they feel like it's they're in need of a mental health attention, and so they can come to our unit. Or patients that are experiencing severe self-harm, severe suicidality. We often have patients that have already had a suicide attempt. And so when we're looking at that spectrum, it's more intense. And those are the population that we're working with. So when we're talking about planning for safety, it sometimes can be very uncomfortable for the school, especially if there was a threat against other peers. So they're really considering what do they need to do in order to keep the school safe, other students, and that patient. And then when it's related to safety at school, we recently had a patient who had attempted suicide at a school site. And so their participation in the treatment team meeting while they were hospitalized was critical to ensure their safety and identifying support. Thank you, Mitzi.
All right. And I think before we go to the next slide, I'm wondering if I can share my screen, because I just want to kind of show you the school reentry form that we've been talking about. So again, this is kind of our form. The student is completing this with our school teacher. They just fill out their name, where they go to school, what grade they're in. Then they can fill out like what's stressing them out the most, and how can the school help? You know, are there any specific issues in any specific classes or periods? And this can be workload. It can be, oh, I'm just not getting along with that teacher very well, or maybe peer issues in a specific class. And then, as Gabby was kind of telling you a little bit before, is like, here are a list of different school stressors. I think there's 13 in total. And as they go through each stressor, they say, does this describe you? Yes or no? And then this is where we've partnered with those school district partners to say, okay, what are those supports that the school can be offering? Most of the time, the kids have no idea that there's assistance there at school until they need it. And so we've had kids who are struggling to get to school. We have kids who are struggling with workload or academic struggles. We have a lot of really high achieving students who are really concerned about, am I going to be able to take my AP tests, when I get out of the hospital and things like that. And so this goes through a list of a number of different stressors. Does this apply to you? Yes or no? And then here are some things that maybe the school can do to be helpful. And so the kids complete this, they take this with them, and then they take it to that reentry meeting, as Gabby was talking about, or I was sharing as well. And just it's been a wonderful way for the students to be able to have a voice, and the feedback that we've gotten from the schools is really helpful, that they really love to use this as a guide when the students come back. All right, I think the next slide would be great.
Sorry, Vicky, I just wanted to add that schools could be a form of stress, and that's often reported, and it's also a support. And so we've had patients identify, like, Mrs. Smith, the counselor at school, is one of my biggest supports. So we want to make sure that those connections are made and they're maintained, because 85% of our patients are discharged, they go back to their community, and they're never hospitalized again, right? And that's the goal, that's the intention. We want them to get the care that they need and then go back to their communities. And these are the providers that are, there every day. So we've had school staff that come to visit the patients on the unit or virtually or attending their discharge meetings so that they know how to support the family. Okay, and I think I'm up. All right, so looking at our outcomes. So one of the biggest outcomes that we have that we're very proud of was the 85% of our patients that are not rehospitalized. The other 15%, when they are rehospitalized, it's usually because they have really complex situations and multiple stressors. And so if they need to come back and get the attention that they need, that is okay. Sometimes they come back to us a couple of times. We're also very mindful that our unit, the way that it is set up, can be created into a community. And so we just always remind families and patients that we want their community to be out in their neighborhoods, at their schools, that we are just a temporary support. So looking at other outcomes, since we launched the program officially, so remember, we started these partnerships in 2019 and they were really informal, and we just really grew the program into what it is now with these different tiers. We have school liaisons now that are hired to specifically provide this care. And so we launched when we got some funding for this program. We officially launched in July of 2023 in our inpatient unit. Then we started launching in our emergency room with our MES team, and then in our crisis clinic, and then our IOPs. And this is the information that we received in March. So far we have supported over 1,100 patients since 2023. So we are very proud of that. In our inpatient unit, it's only typically about 5% of caregivers that do not want us to disclose information to the school district. And it's related to stigma, or maybe there's some dispute over the IEP, but there's a reason for it. And we always let caregivers know, if you want to limit the information that we're sharing, you can. We just want to support the family transitioning back to school. Okay, next. So we've completed over 50 presentations to districts and schools, and that could be counselors, there are school psychologists, nurses. We recently had a conference for the nurses in Orange County in that region, and it was well attended, and we established a lot of partnerships. We've done dozens of tours on our unit. We offer 1 to 2 tours a month, and so if you're local or if you're just coming through and you'd like to see our unit, we're more than happy to share. We are very proud of the unit that we've been able to create. We presented at statewide conferences, local conferences, and really destigmatizing mental health care. And when we view mental health the same way that we view physical health, then we're going to be able to support our students and even our staff. Okay, next. Right. And so we are so far one of the only programs that are offered in this structure in the U.S. And so we are hoping to share our program with other communities. We encourage other hospitals to establish these partnerships, other school districts to establish these partnerships with their local psychiatric unit or inpatient unit. We recently got funding to create a toolkit that will be available in January of 2026. And so all of these forms and explanation of the program will be accessible to the public, and we can definitely share that link once it goes live. And we are hoping that our school reintegration program can go hospital-wide at our own hospital, because right now it's only offered to acute mental health. And I know there's talks to hopefully expand it to our medical floors who are in need of this more involved process. Like I said, we're hoping to duplicate this in other hospitals, other districts. We have participated in some training with other local hospitals in Orange County, other inpatient units, on how they could offer this service with even limited funding and limited staff. So the tier one, even the notification, we've already created the process, we've already established the information that is sent out, and so we shared that with them to encourage them to also provide that. And then just our ongoing partnership with OCDE and with trainings and supports to the districts. Districts are always changing, and so they we stay in close communication with them so that they can provide us with updates. And along with our tool guide, we also want to create a best practice guide on how you can create these programs even when you have really large systems involved, right? So Orange County is pretty big, and we've been able to really establish this partnership with all 27 school districts. We have a really good relationship with the healthcare agency in Orange County. And just to give you some numbers, we are able to get an outpatient intake appointment with a mental health therapist when a patient is discharged from our unit within usually 48 hours. And what we've seen is that with the school reintegration program, we're able to get students back to school within 24 to 48 hours. And so as soon as we're getting ready to discharge a patient from our inpatient unit, we notify the school district, and they're contacting the family and scheduling that reentry meeting. So it's usually scheduled within 48 hours. So it's happening really fast, and that's important to get patients back to school sooner than later. Next. This is a poster of one of the studies. So we are conducting our own research on the effectiveness of our program. So it's not just us saying that we're amazing and it's helpful. This first phase of our study really focused on getting feedback from the school districts. So we reached out to all 27 school districts to see, like, is it helpful what we're delivering? Is it easily accessible? What impact is it having? And then from those 27 districts, we were able to identify, or we invited districts to participate in a focus group. So we were able to get additional information on how we could improve our program. And some of the feedback was, can you share some of the interventions that you're offering on the unit? Because we'd love to continue to provide that support when they come back. And this is available online on our CHOC website. So if you wanted to look at our poster. Okay, next. And this is just some of our materials. This is our brochure that we share with our families. So they're aware of what the school reintegration program is, what we're able to provide. We have families that want us to continue to work with them, weeks later, and we provide care when they're hospitalized with us, and then up to 2 weeks afterwards. But after that, they're connected, and they should be connected to their outpatient services. Next, that's the first page of our brochure, and then the next slide is the back page of our brochure, and it just summarizes what we presented today, the tier system, the eligibility, and then what to expect. Okay, next. Okay, so I think those are all of our slides, and here's our contact information. We'd be more than happy to provide additional information, answer some questions.
Well, Gabriella and Mitzi, we want to thank you for all the information that you provided. And also I want to acknowledge Commissioner Scott who's chairing the Mental Health Committee for uplifting the great work that's taking place and to give us an opportunity to learn more about the model. What really resonated with me was you started by talking about partnerships and learning, going back to 2019, and it really embraces the continuous improvement mindset and getting better. And it's, when you reference the 85% of the students and children that had been served that did not need a repeat intervention or were able to successfully transfer back. Just really appreciate the data that you're collecting to demonstrate the effectiveness of the program, but also the need for us to be mindful about how we transition students back who are transitioning from time away from school, whether it be related to mental health supports or even physical ailments. Reintegrating back is a stressor, and so how we can be supportive and mindful of these situations. And I would encourage you to please continue developing the best practices guide to share, because I'm certain there are other communities who could benefit from the lessons that you've learned. With that, I will scan the dais for any additional comments and questions. I'll start at the far left with Commissioner Sorter, Commissioner Weiss, and Vice Chair Groff.
Thank you for such a wonderful presentation. I had a couple questions that you might have touched on it and I just missed it. One was, how long can the students stay? And then on the slide you talked about caregivers being able to stay the night and stay with their child throughout their stay. Is there any feedback on that? Do you have a lot of parents or caregivers who do stay and participate?
Yeah, so I can answer those questions. The average length of stay on our unit is about 5 days. Now, the average length of stay on a traditional psychiatric unit is about 3 days. And we will adjust their stay depending on their need. So if they're still meeting criteria to be on our unit, they could be there a week, 2 weeks. The longest we've had a patient on our unit has been 4 months. And that was a very complex system that involved social services. And yes, so I would say that caregivers are staying there about 50% of the time, 30 to 50% of the time. It is offered for caregivers, whether that is the parents, grandparents, and an uncle, whoever's caring for that child, to be able to spend the night. We will have a rollout beds and we can bring them in. And so, yeah, that's typically, I think it's closer to about 40% of our caregivers are spending the night. And then if there's limitations, financial limitations, we also offer gas cards, taxi services, and food vouchers, so they can go down to our cafeteria and grab a meal. So we're making sure that they're also taking care of themselves.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I know that you occasionally at least work with the PTIs and the FECs, Parent Training and Information Centers and Family Empowerment Centers. So I hope that you continue using them as a resource. The work that you do is so crucial and challenging, but I think that warm handoffs and supportive reintegration is so necessary for anyone, but especially this population that you work with. Otherwise, I can only imagine they would go back to even a worse state with the anxiety and depression that might come with going back to school. In another role of mine, I have worked closely with Marta Ramos, and she just let me know what powerhouses you both are for mental health and the work that you do. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. It's wonderful, and thank you also for reaching out to the school districts. As you shown in your slides, I think the top person that the students would go to is their own teachers at school. So it makes a lot of sense that there's this partnership. I myself am a school board member, so I know exactly how great this partnership could be. It makes a lot of sense that you're providing not just the hospitalization, but also the post-discharge reentry meetings. I know that for some of the students, it's so important for them, and it's so difficult actually, for them to go back to schools, because when they go back, all their other classmates know what happened, and of course it's extremely stressful. And the fact that you continue to provide assistance, support, have the reentry meetings and the follow-up resources for them to go to is significantly helpful, I believe. My question, well, the first one you already answered, which is whether or not there are other programs like yours in the state, and especially in Los Angeles County, where I'm from. You said there isn't any, it's unique in the country, and perhaps you can reach out also to the county offices of education to see if they can spread information about your program. And the other question I have is whether or not you provide meetings for these students to meet up to consult one another. A lot of times they're from different schools within a district or within different districts. I think it would be very helpful if these students are able to meet up with one another in a private, confidential setting where they can talk about what their experiences are like after they go back to school, after their hospitalization.
Oh, yes, we'll definitely consider that, because it is really important. During their short stay, patients, they connect and create community amongst each other, and so it could be difficult parting from that and then going back to similar circumstances. So I think learning from them and what's been helpful and how we can continue to support would be really, really important. So thank you. We do participate in monthly, quarterly meetings that are coordinated by OCDE and all the districts. So that's how we get a lot of our information out, and then also our our ongoing contact with all the districts within Orange County. Our tours are offered to anyone that is involved with the school districts. We've had board members come and tour. We actually have them coming to tour throughout the year. School staff, certain departments. So we definitely open it up to anybody that is involved in education. And I did want to add that insurance-wise, so 65% of our patients that we see are on Medi-Cal. And then the rest of them have private insurance, and a small amount are underfunded or no insurance. And we take all patients.
And maybe I can add one thing about your comment about the reentry meetings. And like you said, the students really struggling with what to share. This is a topic at many of the reentry meetings that I attend, especially if the crisis happened at school, or if the students' friends or teachers are asking for them. So the schools are very mindful of kind of helping students kind of come up with responses or a plan for responses so that that transition is consistent and smooth. So I just wanted to let you know that is addressed, but an ongoing issue that everyone is concerned and aware of.
Well, thank you. I can speak
Commissioners, if I
personally
could
to
just
the
add-
need for your program. My goddaughter had to be put at UCLA in the psychiatric unit because there wasn't any available program similar to what you have. And her family had to go back and forth 50 miles every day to be able to support her. But it was shocking to me. And I'm a professional in the field, and I couldn't find a treatment center for her. So UCLA was the only place that was available prior to your program. What programs, though, do you have to support families? Because the parents were really struggling in terms of how to support their child. She's now graduating tomorrow from high school, and for which I'm very grateful. But it's been a journey. It's been a huge journey. So, but what support do you provide for families as you may have mentioned it, but to go into more detail about that?
Yeah, And Commissioner Graff, during their hospitalization or post-hospitalization?
Post-hospitalization, really. Once the student leaves, then where's that safety net? And for the parents to really be able to have support as they are, for their children.
Yes. So all of our patients are linked to aftercare. They have to leave with an appointment already scheduled. So that could be with a mental health clinic out in the community. It could be an intensive outpatient program, the partial hospitalization program, or if necessary, we do transition to residential treatment centers. It really depends on the need and then their insurance coverage. And most of those programs have a family component. So if we find that there is an sufficient need for family psychoeducation or family therapy, we will stress that at the time of referral. And that also helps us identify which program that they would benefit most from. So if we have a patient that is very much struggling with conflict with their loved ones, we may want to refer them to a program that is really focused on family attachment. And so we consider what the circumstances are and when we're linking to services. As far as Chalk Hospital, so we have a very broad mental health department, our psychology department. We primarily focus on patients that are presenting with co-occurring conditions, which is mental health and medical needs. And we are continuing to expand our mental health services. Our intensive outpatient is highly recognized in Orange County. Our outcomes demonstrate a significant impact, and it has family involvement. So it's pretty intense 8 weeks where parents are attending 2 out of the 4 days, and then the patients are attending the other 4 days.
Thank you.
Before I transition to the right side, my right side of the dais, I see that there was a comment from Commissioner Oyakawa online.
Thank you. Wow, I had no idea you all were doing this. And I have family and friends and whose kids, and even my daughter has had a couple friends who are all hospitalized. And this transition coming out of the hospital, just, the whole process of having the child in the hospital, let alone trying to reintegrate into the school, they're just so overwhelmed. And I'm sure they would have appreciated the type of support that you are all doing. So thank you for your work, and especially for trying to get others to be able to bring on similar programs. There are so many kids and so many families who need this kind of support. And then I think, from the teachers' perspectives, I think one of the feedbacks you said you had gotten was about being able to share with schools the interventions that you're using. I can imagine how helpful that would be, and I'm glad to hear that you would be looking into doing that. And kind of what Vice Chair Graff said about what's done for the families afterwards, I would imagine that something similar, whether the family was the reason or the immediate, I wouldn't want to say cause, but highly involved in what caused the hospitalization to begin with, the families would need, of course, would need this kind of support. And also the ideas for intervention that you would be able to share. And I think this kind of takes me to full circle to our discussion earlier today about stigma. That we have so many privacy laws, which are good. We have HIPAA for all our medical, we have FERPA for educational, but that tends to kind of heightens, combined with the stigma around mental health issues, keeps people from talking to each other and talking about what is going on with families and their children who have mental health issues. And so I think by getting everyone together, getting the families and the students to buy into the work that you're doing, they can share enough information so that they can get more support and everyone can work together and have better outcomes. So I think what you're doing is a really good step in that direction. So I just wanted to highlight that part as well. So thank you so much.
I see Commissioner Notch, and then we will close with Commissioner Scott.
Thank you so much. I'm tremendously grateful for your work. It's very personal for me. Our family has had more experience with this than we ever thought we would. And unfortunately, starkly different experience than what you have demonstrated is so critically important in your program. Our son's in middle school, and finding care for him during acute crisis times that was age and developmentally appropriate was really difficult. And what we were seeking was connection and dignity and humanity, and seeing the way that you've constructed the supports and really looking at it as a family and caregiver system, I think would have made a huge difference in his experience. He's stepped down to residential, and what we have seen from some of his peers is that the separation that happened during acute crisis incidents has really impacted the family connection. And so staying present and attached during really scary times, allowing caregivers to sleep over, 24-hour visitation, I know I don't have to tell you, makes a world of difference. So thank you for nurturing and caring for the whole child, and especially the step-down care and the transition back is something that's so vitally important and often missing. So I just, as a mama, thank you for making this difference.
Commissioner Notch.
And we'll close with Commissioner Scott.
Ladies, good to see you again, and I want to thank you so much for doing this presentation. As a mother of a child with disability and also as a school nurse, I want to thank you so much. In the school, we are always relieved when the student has been admitted to CHOC, not just for mental health issues, but just because of the collaboration and the communication between the school districts and the CHOC, it makes such a huge difference. Like you said, there is no other hospital or facility that communicates with us or have a re-entry meeting whenever a child has a mental health issues. We actually have kids who come back to school after a mental health issue, and school staff, we don't know anything about it. Sometimes they end up in the health office just not feeling well, and that's when we find out from parents that something happened. So I'm always relieved when the students are at CHOC because we know there's going to be a re-entry meeting. And it's so important because you bridge the gap of parents feeling comfortable to discuss this issue with staff, and then the staff can provide support for the students. Because, we pass all these laws and we put all these things in place for the kids, but if they're not accessing all this help, then, it really does, there is no benefit to all the programs we have available to them. And school districts work so hard now on having more school counselors, to help students, more psychologists, the school nurses are involved, but parents, we have to know. And so the reintegration program helps the students to get back into the school because they're spending 6 to 7 hours in school. That's a big part of their day. Also, some of the students qualify for special education, and they may not know this. So it really is a benefit. Believe me, you're doing a lot for our community. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Audrey.
And again, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for the time in preparing the presentation and your time with us today. We appreciate all that we've learned. At this point,
Thank you so much for having us and for sharing your stories. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
at this time, I will open public comment in the room, and I will ask for the slide for online public comments to be displayed. Seeing no public comment in the room, we will close public comment in the room, and we will wait for online comments to come in. Are there any online public comments? With that, we will close public comment on this item. All right, moving into agenda item number 7, committee study sessions and agenda building. I have the item for us all to review comes from an update to the bylaws that were referenced earlier. Just want to scan the dais. Are there any other committees or who need time during this session? Okay, seeing none, I will ask commissioners if you could access the updated bylaws in the virtual folder. It says ACSE bylaws draft, April 25. These were referenced earlier, and I just want to quickly present them to you and get any input, and then the process will be, once we have provide our input on this draft, we will work with the state board staff and CDE legal to review to make sure that we aren't violating anything. Once that review has been completed, it will come back to us for consideration and potential action. So just pausing to make sure everyone can access it. Okay. And so I will just again, briefly walk us through some of the proposed changes. Starting on page 4, the section on tenure. Public members may serve for 4-year terms and may not serve more than 2 terms. And so we're prohibited from having a 3rd term, as all public officials should be. You see what I did there. Moving on to page 5. Yes, please.
Would there be any benefit of adding in language to just clarify what this means for commissioners that start in the middle of a term? We were having a discussion earlier around some confusion with when we come in the middle of the term. Is it then we're serving 2 4-year terms, or it's then 1 full term and 1 half term? And so I think just having some clarity in the bylaws, either there or elsewhere, would be helpful.
Okay. We will research that because that may be codified in the bylaws or the rules of our appointing bodies that describe what happens when you are coming in midterm, as you've highlighted. I see Commissioner Oyakawa has her hand raised.
Thank you. I'm not sure, but I thought I was on a 3-year term. So 2 terms for me, I think, is 6 years. So I could be wrong, but I don't know if you would maybe make some change to make it no more than 8 years. 2 terms or 8 years, whichever is more, or something along those lines.
We will research and make sure that language is consistent with our appointing bodies.
It could also be a legal issue, so if we have attorneys to look into that. Because I know for different commissions, I've had 2.5 terms when the term was 2 terms. So I know in certain places it's allowed.
Okay. We will research that one. All right, all good. So page 5. You can see the red line versions. I will spare you me reading it to you.
There's also in the virtual binder an amendment summary that you can track through the changes as well if that's a better version for you, whatever is most accessible.
So the changes under Article 2 are the ones that we've discussed this year in terms of extending the length of the term for our officers from 1 year to 2 years. There are other suggestions to clarify the language. Any thoughts, feedback, or questions related to the proposed updates to Article 2?
So when would that change start? Because we elected new officers today, so.
When the commission considers the revision of these bylaws, I think that's an appropriate time to have the conversation if you want to implement them immediately, or if you would like to implement this one, maybe at the next election cycle. And I would say this is the one we've been talking about all year, and selfishly, I was trying to get this one accomplished while a chair was not in office, trying to extend the term. So I would encourage you to consider all the previous conversations related to extending or revising this language when it's finalized. I will draw your attention to the bottom of page 8. We removed some language just in the event of any reason there's a vacancy rather than specifying particular reasons. The next proposed revision I would draw your attention to is on page 11. Section 4, amendments to the bylaws shall be made as follows. Commissioners can provide a written proposal to the chair and the Legislative Policy Committee for review prior to submission to the commission at a regularly constituted meeting. And so this gives any commissioner who does a deep dive on the bylaws and has a suggestion would share that written proposed revision to the commission chair, as well as the Legislation and Policy Committee for review. And based on their review input, could be proposed to the full commission at a regularly scheduled meeting. I will then draw your attention to page 14, and this is pretty consistent for the last few revisions. Rather than saying the September meeting, we would say the fall meeting, just in case our meeting date changes from September to October or early November, whatever pumpkin spice season officially begins. We would have it at that meeting rather than a later meeting in the year. And the last proposed revision is on page, oh, sorry.
We were talking about having the meetings in June, reconsidering that. Would that be something we would discuss at another time? Because there's so much graduations and things happening in June.
Oh, so the conversation about shifting from June to May,
Or any of that.
or any other month.
Any other month, just not June.
Their graduations at May too, or semester.
You could consider the calendar. What I would caution is lots of things tend to happen between the May revise and this time of year. There may be items being discussed related specifically to special education, whether it be funding, whether it be different bills that have worked its way through committee. And so I would, while it hasn't happened recently, I think you might miss an opportunity to advise if you don't have a meeting scheduled in June.
And if I'm remembering the last couple Junes correctly, I don't know if it, like the issues have been with June as a month, but just this first week in June, because we used to have the mid-June meetings that we switched this year because of Juneteenth. And so I wonder if instead of needing to move the meeting to a different month, we just make sure we're not in the first week, because that's usually when the graduations are going to be.
Excellent point, and I would suggest to you the difficulty you will have is really the first 2 weeks of June could be could have scheduling conflicts with graduation. The third week of June, we have a potential Juneteenth holiday and vacations and folks being offline. So I'm not sure it'll be a moving target in June to some degree. So trying to schedule in November and December just because of the school schedule. And also the June meeting is, if this is the meeting where we might typically recognize the impact award recipient, some of those teammates probably will be offline after the second week in June. So this obviously is something you can continue to consider and discuss. And I'd also highlight that our meeting dates are typically set years in advance so that we reserve the room and honor the cadence between our meetings and the state board and other commissions that take place. The last proposed revision and clarification that I would draw your attention to is on page 16. It talks about the presentation of the annual report, and we would just want to clarify that this is the ACSE annual report, not the annual performance report that's required by the department. So those are the areas that are being presented for your input and consideration at this point. I would ask if there are any areas that we've discussed that you have additional questions, comments, or feedback. Alternatively, if you would like to put on the list to discuss at a future meeting, that's also possible as well.
Just a process question. Since this is our second reading of the proposed changes, will we submit it to the legal team and then take action, or?
So it's not our second reading. It's our second reading in its entirety. The officer terms, I believe we've looked at, but we haven't sent that to legal. So the process would be we have our first wordsmithing session. It goes off to council to make sure that we've not been too creative, and then it comes back to us for adoption. Okay. Seeing no additional comments or questions from the dais or online, we don't need to take official action because we're just following our process. So between now and the August meeting, I will strongly encourage the incoming chair and vice chair to work with state board staff to facilitate our proposal going off to CDE legal for consideration at the August meeting. All good? Do we need to have public comment on this? I'm old, I forget. All right. So with that, I will close the bylaw committee conversation. And my agenda is cut off. What is item 8?
It is general public comment.
General public comment. So any members of the public wishing to make public comments, please line up in the room. And members online wishing to make public comments, please begin dialing in. Did I skip that? Oops, yep. So no public comment just yet. Hold your comments. So closing committee session, agenda building. This is an opportunity for us to make suggestions for future agenda items. Again, incoming chair Notch. I can loan you my pen or you can take notes. All right. So opening the floor for proposed future agenda items or suggestions. I might suggest at the August meeting, spending some time in understanding any new bills that have come online or the results of the final budget as it relates to special ed, particularly obviously our state budget. And there are a number of proposed changes in the federal budget related to a number of key areas related to public schools, but I know there's a recommendation to consolidate a number of the federal IDEA grants that August might be a good time, assuming it's approved by then, for us to highlight that and discuss the potential impacts and learn. So, soliciting other proposed agenda items. Otherwise, it'll be a very short meeting. You also have the second reading of the bylaw revisions that should be agendized. August.
Will we have statewide achievement data for students with disabilities in August?
Not yet. That's typically our fall meeting, where we have the first data that's available, and then the full complete set, I believe, is in our January or February meeting, where we have the complete APR, and CDE has had time to synthesize and prepare the data for presentation.
Chair Tostin, what about strategic planning?
I think that's a phenomenal idea, as suggested by the incoming chair. Commissioner Oyakawa?
Thank you. Sorry, I don't have my agenda in front of me for tomorrow, but I was wondering if we could maybe not close this topic until tomorrow in case people have things to add after we hear the presentations tomorrow. Maybe that might spark something, especially any updates from the special ed director and so on. Just a thought.
Great idea.
I believe we'll also have more members tomorrow.
So what I'm hearing is since our agenda is set and we don't have any committee time tomorrow, I would make the motion that we include time under item 11 when we're doing commissioner reports to propose agenda items for our next meeting.
Can we also confirm that the item 9, that is the ACSE Impact Award?
Yes. You want to confirm that item 9 is on the agenda tomorrow?
Yes, I definitely will not need 45 minutes.
Okay, so why don't we move that to item 9? Item 9 will be, I amend my motion. Item 9 will be the Impact Committee planning and future agenda items. That's still before all the other presentations, though. Thanks, Commissioner Michaud. So I go back to my original motion that we include time for agenda building under item 11 on tomorrow's agenda. How do you know when your time is up? Thank you. So I'll amend it again. I would propose that we add time after item 12 for future agenda building. All right. Any other thoughts, comments, hopes, dreams? All right. With that, we will close this item and we will go back to public comment. Anyone wishing to make public comment in the room, please begin lining up at the dais. And anyone online wishing to call in, please do so. Seeing no members of the public in the room wishing to make public comment, I will close public comment in the room. Hold a few additional moments for anyone calling in. Seeing that there are no public comments coming in from online, we will close public comment. And Commissioner Groff.
Yes, Chair Tostin. I know you received a cake earlier on today in recognition of your service as chair and as a commissioner, but we have something else to present to you. I'm going to start with Commissioner Liu.
Surprise, Chair Charleston. Commissioner Graff have been planning this for a while, and I have, on behalf of Congressman Ted Lieu, a certificate of recognition to be presented to you. And I'll read what it says. Certificate of Congressional Recognition presented to David M. Tolston Sr. in honor of your service as chairperson of the California Advisory Commission on Special Education and in recognition of your commitment to enhance the educational outcomes of students with disabilities and their families. So here it is.
And one more, in terms of the appointing body from the California State Senate. So if I could read that. State of California Senate Certificate of Recognition, David M. Tostin, forgot the senior, but oh well. In honor of your distinguished service as a Senate Rules Committee appointee to the Advisory Commission on Special Education since 2018, and your steadfast commitment to improving outcomes for students across California. And this was signed by Senator Mike McGuire, 2nd District, April 25th, 2025.
Yay, thank you.
I want to thank everyone who coordinated this, and I still have one more day, but I do want to just express my deep appreciation for all of the partners, previous commissioners, CDE staff, directors, state board members, our elected representatives who have been part of all of the great work that we've been engaged in during my time, starting 2017. I believe that we have made tremendous progress in how we prioritize our students who have been identified as eligible for special ed, how the conversation has evolved, how we have focused in on the needs of not only those students but their educators and their families to ensure that they have a sense of belonging in our greater community. It has, again, truly been an honor to have been a part of the work and to have earned your confidence to participate as a leader of our work. I will always be indebted for the lessons that I've learned and the relationships that I've developed and the work that we are doing on behalf of our students. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Well, because I'm out of words, or I'll just keep rambling. I move to adjourn, and again, thank you all, and we'll see you first thing tomorrow morning.